Chapter 2875, 2875 Forced to Retreat. 2875 Forced to Retreat. Wuxia, aren't you going to hurry up and help me? Meng Dong yelled. His situation was far too miserable at this moment. Not only had he lost an arm, but there was even a gaping hole in his chest. In fact, this hole was almost in the position of his heart. However, there was nothing he could do about this. Right now, Ling Han's battle prowess was truly at the epitome of the 4th tier. Without a battle prowess at the 5th tier, it would simply be impossible to suppress him. Only at this moment did Wuxia's expression become serious. She didn't say another word, instead charging over in a free and elegant manner as if she were walking on clouds. Boom! She unleashed a palm strike that carried with it a devastating might, causing everyone to suddenly realize that she was also terrifyingly powerful. She was also at the early stage of the 3rd tier, yet her battle prowess had already soared to the peak stage of the 4th tier. She was no weaker than Meng Dong. Meng Dong naturally wouldn't leave Wuxia to battle Ling Han alone, so he immediately charged forward to help her. With the two elites combining their power, the might of their attacks went up by another notch. Scram! Ling Han roared. He unleashed a furious punch, backed by his explosive power that had increased over 200-fold. He displayed his invincible might. Pung! Pung! Wuxia and Meng Dong were both sent flying. Meng Dong, this little brother is far too ferocious, no? Wuxia said as she spat blood. Can't you see? Can't you see that he's mastered over 100 combination seals? Meng Dong humphed in reply. I thought he was trying to scare people with all these seals, Wuxia said. These two people were truly able to maintain their calm and composure. They were clearly at a disadvantage, yet they still continued to chat and poke fun at each other. It was as if they didn't know the meaning of fear. Ling Han roared as he continued to press his advantage. Wuxia and Meng Dong exerted all their strength, yet they were still unable to rival Ling Han. They were sent flying left and right. However, they knew that as long as they could withstand this period of attacks from Ling Han, his battle prowess would definitely start to decline. The problem was, if they insisted on continuing to struggle like this, there was genuinely a possibility that they might be killed by Ling Han. Right now, the gulf in battle prowess between them was far too great. Let's retreat, Meng Dong said with an exasperated shake of his head. I've been waiting for you to say this, Wuxia said. She was extremely resolute as she immediately turned around to flee. Meanwhile, Meng Dong fled in the opposite direction. That way, Ling Han could only pursue one of them. Ling Han didn't hesitate for a single second as he shot off after Meng Dong. However, just as he moved, he heard Wuxia's voice travel over, "Little brother, have you forgotten about your two beloved wives?" Ling Han immediately stopped in his tracks when he heard this. If Wuxia came charging back while he pursued Meng Dong, would the Empress and Hunyo be able to defend against her? That was clearly impossible. Perhaps the Empress could rival her after advancing to the 3rd tier. Now, however, it was simply impossible for her to do so. Meanwhile, Hunyo's ability to challenge those above her cultivation level was a big fat 0. Thus, there was naturally no way he could rely on her. Meng Dong's voice also traveled over. Ha ha ha, little brother, I hope you're awakened the next time we meet. If you're not, we'll bring even more friends to help you. Ling Han humphed in reply. He had only failed to capture Meng Dong because his battle prowess was still too weak to comprehensively suppress him. However, once he advanced to the 3rd tier, it would be a completely different story. At that time, he would suppress whoever dared to challenge him, however many of them there were. The Empress and Hunyo walked over, both of them extremely astonished. Prodigies like Meng Dong should have been extremely rare. He was only slightly weaker than Lin Yolian and the others, or perhaps even at the same level as them. However, not only had someone like Wuxia appeared, judging by his words, there were even more prodigies like him. Moreover, Ling Han was most likely one of them as well. It was just that he hadn't awakened yet. Just where had these two people come from? Don't worry about them. As long as we improve our own cultivation, we won't need to be afraid of anyone, Ling Han said, strengthening his resolve. Nothing would obstruct him from climbing to the peak of the cultivation world. The Empress and Hunyo both nodded in agreement. They also possessed fearless determination and belief. The three of them continued to search for veins of ore. If they didn't hurry, the others wouldn't leave anything valuable for them. If they obtained heavenly venerable seals, they would naturally refine them straight away. Meanwhile, if they obtained great herbs, they would divide and use them evenly among themselves. However, great herbs were relatively easy to find, while heavenly venerable seals were extremely difficult to unearth. After hundreds of millions of years, they only managed to obtain a meager 36. Ling Han received 21 of them, and this allowed him to master a total of 139 heavenly venerable seals. Compared to the target of almost 1,000, this could only be considered the very beginning. Comparing the other heavenly venerates to him, though, most of them had only mastered the 7 generic seals. Anyhow, they managed to obtain quite some great herbs, and this allowed the Empress and Hunyo to advance to the peak stage of the 2nd tier and the 3rd tier, respectively. However, because it was far too difficult to break through the barrier and ascend to the next major tier, neither of them took another step forward. Ling Han started to catch up to them, reaching the peak stage of the 2nd tier at an extremely slow speed. The Empress and Hunyo were unable to ascend because their cultivation talent wasn't genuinely top-notch. It was because the Empress had fused together with the power of 100 dimensions while advancing to the 1st tier that she had gained the momentum to reach the 2nd tier without much resistance. However, with this momentum exhausted, it would be extremely difficult for her to ascend to the 3rd tier. As for Hunyo, she didn't have many desires or wishes. However, this allowed her mind to become empty and pure, thereby making it easier for her to interact with the fundamental particles. It was because of this that her cultivation was ahead of the Empress. However, the more fundamental particles inside one's body, the more they would repel other particles. Thus, attempting to ascend wouldn't be an easy matter. This dimension was already cleaned up fairly well. Ling Han asked around a bit and found Zhou Heng and the others right now. Those from the outside dimensions had mostly arrived here already. Thus, Zhou Heng and the others had naturally set up a base here as well. Ling Han, Yu Borong has exited seclusion, and is currently looking for you. Be careful, Lin Xiaoyang immediately warned when he saw Ling Han. Yu Borong was Yu Chengwang's father, and he was a 6th-tier heavenly venerate. Ling Han had killed Yu Chengwang, so it wasn't surprising that Yu Borong wanted to hunt him down and kill him. It was merely unexpected that he had left it till so late. He was cultivating in seclusion before, so his strength has most likely gone up another notch, Zhou Heng said. How strong? Ling Han asked in curiosity. Chu Hao chuckled, and replied, probably no weaker than senior brother Zhou. Zhou Heng rolled his eyes in reply, saying, your strength is similar to mine, so him being no weaker than me also means that he's no weaker than you. That being the case, why reply in such a roundabout manner? Lin Xiaoyang shook his head, and said, both of you started later yet have pulled ahead. Meanwhile, only my strength is stagnant and not improving a single bit. I've already been left behind by you too. Chu Hao and Zhou Heng both consoled their senior brother. In fact, being able to reach the 6th tier already proved that he was a prodigy for the ages. After all, the number of 7th-tier heavenly venerates could be counted on 2 hands. Ling Han asked the 3 6th-tier elites about why the 2 realms had overlapped. I don't know, Zhou Heng immediately replied with a shake of his head. The 3 of us have discussed all kinds of possibilities. However, reality has proved that none of our speculations are correct. What about that ancient corpse? Ling Han asked. This was also a big mystery. A 7th tier elite had actually died. This was far too unfathomable. That person was indeed a 7th tier heavenly venerate, Lin Xiaoyang said. My father and the other 7th tier heavenly venerates found some time to investigate the corpse, and they think that this heavenly venerate died due to an extremely powerful impact. Ling Han was astonished. Shouldn't 7th tier heavenly venerates be indestructible and undying? Who can kill 7th tier elites? Was he killed by several other 7th tier elites? Zhou Heng shook his head. This impact was far more powerful than what 7th tier heavenly venerates can unleash. To say nothing of a few 7th tier heavenly venerates, even a team of 107th tier heavenly venerates will be unable to unleash such a powerful strike. Ling Han found this even more mysterious. Even 107th tier heavenly venerates would be unable to do this, so perhaps a group of several hundred 7th tier heavenly venerates had attacked in unison? However, if there had truly been so many 7th tier heavenly at that time, then why had they all disappeared now? Chapter 2876, 2876 Calling Reinforcements. 2876 Calling Reinforcements. And this saber as well. Zhou Heng retrieved a broken saber, and handed it to Ling Han. Sure enough, the ability of 7th tier elites is extraordinary. Even with the three of us working together, it still took a huge amount of work to refine the murderous aura within it and make it gather together. If it's activated, it will now unleash a murderous aura in a set direction. If you unleash it by surprise, even 5th tier elites will be slightly affected. However, only slightly. Lin Xiaoyang added, in fact, this is mainly because this saber is broken, causing it to lose its previous might. Otherwise, even us three wouldn't be able to suppress it. Complete 7th tier precious tools would contain the willpower of 7th tier heavenly venerates, so it was only natural that they could suppress the heavens. Now, however, this saber was already broken, and the heavenly venerate willpower inside it had already vanished. It was because of this that the 6th tier heavenly venerates were able to refine it. Ling Han accepted the saber. Thank you, seniors. He also retrieved some items that were wrapped in stone, and handed them to Zhou Heng and the others. These were the heavenly venerable seals that he had obtained. He, Hu Niu, and the Empress had already mastered them, so he was now giving them away as a friendly gesture. Just how valuable was this broken saber? Even Xin Qihu had especially had someone stay here to search for it. However, Zhou Heng and the others had returned it to him after spending a huge amount of effort to refine it. In comparison, the three of them were far nobler in manner. Zhou Heng and the others laughed heartily as they accepted the heavenly venerable seals. They used the complete heavens ring to observe these heavenly venerable seals first, only keeping them if they didn't already possess them. Otherwise, if they directly absorbed all of them into their minds, and only severed them if they were already present, this would end up damaging their bodies. After they finished, there were still 3 heavenly venerable seals remaining. These were heavenly venerable seals that all 3 of them already possessed. Ling Han accepted them back. He would leave them for his son and daughter. Seniors, do you reckon there's another dimension under this dimension? He suddenly asked. We've also considered this possibility. However, the resources here are yet to be fully split, so we haven't set out to investigate this either, Zhou Heng replied. If there exists another dimension under this dimension, that will truly be a big matter. Dimensions overlapping one on top of another. This was something that had never occurred in the past. Just what in the world had caused this? To say nothing else, just the overlap of these 2 dimensions was already impossible to explain. Theoretically speaking, only the combined strength of several hundred 7th tier elites would be able to forcefully overlap a transcendent dimension with a high-level dimension. However, from past to present, had there ever been this many 7th tier elites? 7th-tier elites were indestructible and undying, so how had several hundred 7th-tier elites suddenly vanished without a trace? How was this possible? Perhaps an earth-shattering secret that can shake the foundations of the Genesis world is hidden in this place. Chu Hao said slowly. After chatting for a while, Ling Han took his leave. He toyed around with the broken saber, familiarizing himself with how to use it. This was very simple. As long as he activated it with his fundamental power, he would be able to unleash the might of the broken saber. However, because it was broken, it couldn't unleash the might of 7th-tier elites. Instead, it could only unleash power equivalent to Ling Han's. However, this saber had killed far too many elites before, so as long as he pointed it in a certain direction and activated it a second time with his willpower, it would unleash a devastating murderous aura that could attack one's mind. This isn't enough to dispose of 5th-tier elites. However, if I unleash it by surprise, it will be enough to buy me some time to escape, Ling Han murmured to himself. He had killed Xin Qihu's subordinates, so Xin Qihu definitely wouldn't let things slide just like that. If they were at the same cultivation level, would Ling Han be afraid of Xin Qihu? However, this person was at the 4th tier, and his battle prowess had already soared to the 5th tier. Right now, Ling Han was definitely no match for this kind of opponent. He needed some ways to protect himself. Ling Han decided to stay put for the moment. For the past few years, he, the Empress, and Hunyo had all relied on great herbs to elevate their cultivation. This wasn't something they had cultivated themselves, so it was inevitable that their cultivation was slightly unstable. Thus, they all decided to enter seclusion to stabilize their cultivation. This was especially the case with the Empress and Hunyo. They still yearned to break through the barrier of their current cultivation level to ascend to a higher tier. As for Ling Han, even though he had already reached the peak stage of the 2nd tier, he was actually still some way off from breaking through. Moreover, there was a large number of powers of dimension inside his body, so even the final step before the breakthrough would require a lengthy amount of time. This was inevitable. This was the price for strength. Several 100 million years later, Hunyo and the Empress advanced one after the other, with one ascending to the 4th tier and one ascending to the 3rd tier. The 4th tier was a dividing line. Combining all of the heavenly venerates in the myriad dimensions, the number of heavenly venerates under the 5th tier would be in the hundreds of thousands. This was a terrifying number. However, from the 5th tier onward, this number would start to drop drastically. Right now, there were around 1,000 5th tier elites and around 100 6th tier elites. There were even fewer 7th tier elites, with the total number possible to count on 2 hands. The reason for this was simple. From the 4th tier onward, the repulsion from the fundamental power would become far too powerful. Out of 10 4th tier elites, 9 would fail to detect new fundamental particles. Thus, how could they communicate with them and use them to advance? This was also why the orange-colored great herbs were so valuable. These were herbs that could allow heavenly venerates to detect fundamental particles. If one wanted to advance from the 5th tier to the 6th tier, one would most likely need to rely on crimson-colored great herbs. However, up until now, no such great herbs had been found. Ling Han also stabilized his cultivation. However, he was still far away from being able to advance. If he wanted to slowly cultivate by himself, to say nothing of one epoch, this would at least take him 100 million to 200 million years. He still needed a huge amount of supremely valuable great herbs. If he managed to obtain them, he would merely need to enter seclusion a few more times to stabilize his cultivation. Father. Grandfather. Ling Han exited seclusion, only to see Ling Jianxue and Ling Fifan walking over. You two finally know to come back. Ling Han said with a shake of his head. After going out on an adventure, this father and son pair had already forgotten about their father/grandfather. He. Ling Jianxue and his son both chuckled as they recounted their experiences from the past years. Ling Jianxue had already advanced to the second tier, while Ling Fifan had only just become a heavenly Venerate. The genes of the Ling clan were far too powerful. However, this bloodline advantage only lasted for 2 generations, with Ling Fifan's children being nowhere near as freakish. They still had yet to become celestial kings. This great-grandson had been born several 100 million years ago. At that time, both Ling Han and Ling Fifan had been elsewhere. Thus, Ling Han had never met this great-grandson before. In any case, his descendants would naturally have their own fates and fortunes. Thus, he wouldn't stick his nose into every single matter. This was what Ling Han told himself. He pushed away the thoughts of wanting to personally raise his great-grandson, and he simply asked a little about his situation. This great-grandson was called Ling Tianhua, and he possessed a fairly decent cultivation aptitude. However, it was only decent, and not freakish. To say nothing of Ling Han, Ling Jianxue, and Ling Fifan, he was still lagging far, far behind just compared to those of the same generation as him. Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle at himself. If his bloodline could remain powerful for generation after generation, then wouldn't the descendants of 7th-tier elites all become heavenly venerates? If there's anything you want, just say it out loud, Ling Han said as he glanced at Ling Jianxue and Ling Fifan. Father, what are you trying to say? Are you saying that we wouldn't visit you otherwise? Ling Jianxue hurriedly said. Ling Han stood up, saying, I'm incredibly busy. If there's nothing important, then I'll continue to cultivate in seclusion. Wait. Ling Fifan exclaimed, hurriedly dragging Ling Han back. He then looked at Ling Jianxue, and said, Father, what did I tell you? Grandpa is so brilliant and mighty, so of course he'll be able to see right through us. Enough with the flattery, Ling Han said. Hee, it's like this, Ling Jianxue said. While we were traveling around, we discovered a large mine that contains 10 veins of ores. However, a bunch of other people came before we could start digging. Our strength was similar, so choosing to fight would only have resulted in both sides being heavily wounded. Thus, we decided to settle things through a competition. We'll hold 10 battles, with each battle determining the ownership of a vein of ore. Father, we've come back to call for reinforcements. Chapter 2877, 2877 Can we have 3 more battles? 2877 Can we have 3 more battles? Ling Han swept his gaze over his son. Sure enough, he would never return if not to ask for a favor. He would only remember his father when he had a favor to ask. Did they allow you to return to call for reinforcements? He asked. This was his son, so he would naturally help no matter what. We agreed that we could both invite helpers. However, the helpers can't be above the 2nd tier, Ling Jianxue said. Otherwise, what use would it be? After fighting to the death among ourselves, if the 3rd tiers and 4th tiers decide to take the mine for themselves, how can we compete with them? Ling Han was amused, and he said, So you're asking me to help? You want me to be that person who speaks up and sends them scrambling? Ling Jianxue shook his head, saying, Since we've already reached an agreement, we should play by the rules. Ling Han's son was a fairly stubborn and inflexible person. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. Being stubborn was a shared trait, but where had he learned the trait of being inflexible? So be it, since this is my son's decision. Ling Han nodded in response. I'll help you. And Auntie Xing and Auntie Hu as well, Ling Jianxue hurriedly added. Ling Han could only participate in a single battle. Ling Han pursed his lips, and said, Your Auntie Xing has just advanced to the 3rd tier, and your Auntie Hu has just advanced to the 4th tier. Are you trying to break the rules? Ling Jianxue couldn't help but feel disappointed. He was someone who always kept his word. Meanwhile, Ling Fifan stood there murmuring to himself, saying that this was a world where might was right. Yet, his father was so stubborn and inflexible, so how in the world had he given birth to a mischievous son like him? Moreover, his grandpa was also full of tricks and extremely toxic toward opponents, yet somehow none of this had passed down to Ling Jianxue. Ling Han clapped his hands, and said, "All right, let's set off." The three of them set off. In Ling Han's eyes, this was only a small matter, so he didn't mind going over and helping out a little. 1 month later, they arrived at the foot of a large mountain. They then entered the mountain. After several more hours, a canyon appeared before them. There were already many people waiting there. They were mostly all heavenly venerates, and those who weren't were all at the 9th heaven. This dimension was far too difficult to reach, with the combusting fundamental particles forming a barrier that was extremely challenging for even 9th heaven celestial kings to pass. Drawing someone into a spatial tool to bring them over? That was also impossible. The combusting fundamental particles would affect even the space inside a heavenly venerate tool. Thus, bringing someone in a spatial tool would be nothing more than a death sentence. Indeed, Ling Han had also left the celestial guest residence in the uppermost space. He had no option but to do this. Thus, those who were here were all at least 9th heaven celestial kings. It was also because of this that the minds in the dimension were opened up a lot slower than the other dimensions. There were only 9th heaven celestial kings to use, and even the heavenly venerates would have to get down and dirty themselves. However, did heavenly venerates not need to cultivate? There was a severe shortage of personnel, which resulted in the mind being opened up extremely slowly. Otherwise, this was nothing more than a damaged high-level dimension, so the mines should have been cleaned up long ago. The people in the canyon were very clearly divided into 2 parties. The atmosphere was tense, and it was as if a huge battle might break out at any moment. Ling Jianxue, you were gone for so long, yet you only brought back a single helper, a solidly built man with messy red hair said. Ling Jianxue wore a slightly awkward expression. He had initially wanted to bring Hu Niu and the Empress over as well, yet he hadn't imagined that they would have already advanced beyond the 2nd tier. "This is my father, Ling Han," he introduced. The red-haired man clasped his hands, and said, "Friend Ling." The people in his camp all nodded toward Ling Han in greeting. It was clear that they were all allied with Ling Jianxue. "Huh? Ling Han? This name seems fairly familiar," someone murmured. However, they didn't immediately recall why. "Since the final person has arrived, let us begin the competition," someone from the other side said. "Very well, let us begin." The 2 sides drew lots to decide who would send out a person first. They would then take turns afterward. After drawing lots, it was their opponents who would send a person first. After discussing for a while, they sent out a woman in pink who was as beautiful as flowers. After reaching the heavenly venerable tier, one would be able to transform themselves on a fundamental level. Being transcendent above the regulations, to say nothing of their appearance, they would even be able to freely change their aptitude. Thus, it was almost impossible to come across ugly heavenly venerates. There were only those who were more unique. "I'm Yulan, who's willing to spar with me," the female heavenly venerate said with a smile. Ling Jianxue and the others also discussed it for a while before sending out a person. Their battle lasted 3 days, yet it was heavenly venerate Yulan who emerged victorious by a whisker. For the 2nd battle, Ling Jianxue and the others sent a person out first. However, they suffered another loss. After 6 battles, Ling Jianxue's side suffered 6 losses in a row. This caused everyone's morale to be extremely low. Perhaps they were going to lose all 10 battles? For the 7th battle, it was their opponent who sent someone out first. It was an elegant young man. Gasp! Mi Wenbai is personally going to battle? Do they want to take this 7th battle in a single breath as well? They want to crush our fighting spirit? But Mi Wenbai is already at the peak stage of the 2nd tier. I heard that he more so fused together with the power of 7 dimensions while he was at the 1st tier, so his battle prowess far exceeds that of ordinary elites at the peak stage of the second tier. We should just send some random person for this battle. We can still fight for victory in the final 3 matches. We'll strive to obtain 3 veins of ore. The cultivators on Ling Jianxue's side all wore apprehensive expressions. Their opponents had sent out their strongest member, and, truthfully speaking, not a single one of them could rival him. They would inevitably lose this battle. However, whom should they send? As heavenly venerates, all of them cared about their face. Thus, who would be willing to step forward to suffer a guaranteed loss? In fact, they might even suffer severe wounds from the battle. That would be a great misfortune. They all exchanged glances. However, no one stepped forward. Mi Wenbai smiled faintly, and said, "No one is going to accept this battle? Then I'll consider that a forfeit. I'll stay on for the 8th battle as well." How could he do this? However, who dared to oppose him? Ling Jianxue glanced at Ling Han, and said, "Father, it's time for you to do something." Ling Han's mind was elsewhere. He was currently observing the veins of ore here to determine whether there was anything valuable. Thus, he didn't hear Ling Jianxue's words. Only when his son nudged him with his elbow did he come to his senses. "Ah, sure thing," he replied casually. He confidently strode forward. Everyone shook their head, lamenting that Ling Jianxue was screwing his father over. This battle was a guaranteed loss, and there was even a possibility of suffering severe wounds, yet Ling Jianxue had actually convinced his father to accept the challenge? Just how dodgy was that? "You're not going to forfeit?" Mi Wenbai asked with a smile. Ling Han shrugged, and said, "I've never had such a habit." Mi Wenbai didn't get angry, and he said, "Then I'm so sorry, because you'll develop that habit in the future." "Heh." Ling Han picked at his ears, and said, "Are you trying to defeat me by running your mouth?" Mi Wenbai's smile froze. Running his mouth? It was Ling Han who was running his mouth, okay? His expression turned cold, and he said calmly, "Enraging me will do you no good at all. Enough with the nonsense." Ling Han said as he strode over. Just how quick were heavenly venerates? Even though he wasn't going at full speed, he still arrived before Mi Wenbai in just 3 steps. He then threw a punch. What audacity! Pung! Before Mi Wenbai could even finish speaking, he was already sent flying by Ling Han's punch. Pung, pung, pung. In a single breath, he crashed through a dozen or so mountains, and only then was his momentum stopped. He sank into a large mountain. This. Everyone fell silent, with many gasping in shock. This was simply inconceivable. That was Mi Wenbai. Yet, he had failed to withstand even a single strike. Ling Han retracted his fist, saying smilingly, "Can I stay for the other 3 battles?" Chapter 2878, 2878 Rematch. 2878 Rematch. Upon hearing Ling Han's words, the cultivators on the opposing side hurriedly shook their heads. Even Mi Wenbai couldn't withstand a single strike from Ling Han, so anyone who dared to step forward would naturally be instantly defeated by him as well. If they allowed Ling Han to stay on for 3 more battles, that would simply be a matter of him throwing 3 more punches. At that time, another 3 veins of ores would be taken away by him. Ling Han? Ling Han. I remember now. Finally, the person who had felt a sense of familiarity with Ling Han's name clapped his hands, exclaiming. This was someone who had created history before. This was someone with peerless courage. Ling Han involuntarily sighed. Why couldn't the victor stay behind for more battles? What kind of crappy rule was this? He walked back to his spot. Meanwhile, those on his side still had yet to come to their senses. Their minds were still numb with shock. Afterward, Ling Jianxue stepped forward to battle. Taking advantage of Ling Han's remnant might that was still to disappear, with their opponent still reeling in shock, he also won his battle. However, their opponent finally came to their senses for the remaining 2 battles. Thus, they were able to nab the final 2 victories. As a result, their opponents won 8 of the 10 veins of ore, while Ling Han and the others could only take 2. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never been on the receiving end of an unfair deal. He had always enjoyed the upper hand. Now, however, they had actually lost, winning only 2 of the 10 veins of ore. This was utter humiliation. However, there was nothing he could do about this. Who told his son to be so stubborn and inflexible? Anyhow, how would they decide which vein of ore belonged to whom? At this moment, Ling Han displayed his domineering side, not caring for others' opinions as he directly chose 2 veins of ores. He didn't allow anyone to oppose him. His words were, "If anyone has any objections, tell me after you defeat me." Who dared to battle him? Just look at me Wen Bai. He still had yet to regain consciousness. No one opposed him, so everything was settled. Ling Jianxue walked over, and asked, "Father, you're not some kind of raw stone appraisal grandmaster, so why are you randomly acting with such conviction?" In fact, he had also invited a raw stone appraisal grandmaster over. After all, it was possible that the veins of ores would be worthless, so they naturally had to pick the most valuable ones. However, Ling Han's decision bypassed the raw stone appraisal grandmaster, and left him with nothing to do. The grandmaster continued to murmur that Ling Han was acting far too willfully. Ling Han waved his hand, and said, "Ignore him. How could he be acting willfully? The 2 veins of ore that he had chosen were the most valuable ones." However, it had to be said that all 10 veins of ore were fairly decent, with not a single one of them being worthless. The next day, they all started to mine the veins of ore. There wasn't much personnel to use, so they all had no option but to do the hard work themselves. What did it matter that they were heavenly venerates? They still had to mine the ore personally. Moreover, they had already reached an agreement. Each person would keep whatever they unearthed. Everything would be down to luck. Ling Han naturally wouldn't hold back. In any case, if it weren't for him, these people wouldn't have even received a single vein of ore. He walked from one side of the mine to the other, drawing a large amount of valuable raw stone into his spatial celestial tool. After his comprehensive scan, even though there were still some raw stones left, how could there be anything of great value? Everyone felt a sense of frustration. After digging for half a day, why could they only find divine metal? Meanwhile, their opponents would obtain supreme great herbs from time to time. Even though they were only blue-colored or purple-colored, this was still enough to fill them with envy. This was all Ling Han's fault. Why had he insisted on picking these 2 veins of ore? However, they didn't dare to say anything. Yet, the raw stone appraisal grandmaster that they had invited wasn't afraid to speak his mind at all. His standing was transcendent, so taking advantage of their reliance on him, he continued to scold Ling Han again and again. This ticked Ling Fifan off, so he grabbed the grandmaster and gave him a good pummeling. No one stood up for the raw stone appraisal grandmaster. Even though it was Ling Fifan who had acted, who didn't know that this was at Ling Han's behest? In any case, even if this were Ling Fifan's personal decision, he was still Ling Han's grandson, after all, so who dared to target Ling Fifan? This infuriated the raw stone appraisal grandmaster, who eventually stormed off in rage. With Ling Han's current standing, he naturally wouldn't pay attention to what a raw stone appraisal grandmaster thought of him. If he were annoyed, he could easily smash him to death with a single punch. Right now, however, he was entirely focused on the raw stones that he had unearthed. He was extremely satisfied. He silently made riches as he opened up the raw stones. In the end, he obtained over 20 great herbs and 7 heavenly venerable seals. However, it was a shame that he already possessed all of them. Thus, he gave all 7 of these heavenly venerable seals to his son. Along with these, he also gave him some great herbs. "Father, you obtained all of these?" Ling Jianxue asked in astonishment. Ling Han nodded in reply. Fuck. Who dared to accuse his father of acting willfully? This was already more than the sum of what their opposition had obtained from the 8 veins of ore. Because they only had 2 veins of ore, it wasn't long before they finished cleaning them up. Now, everyone would head over to the other side to take a peek every day. Even if they couldn't obtain these treasures, they could at least have a feast for their eyes. Comparing their gains, however, they couldn't help but feel angry. Was there any comparison? They grumbled in frustration, and this caused those on Mi Wenbai's side to roar with laughter. Even though they had lost 2 matches, and therefore lost 2 veins of ore, Ling Han's willful decision had caused the other side to directly obtain the 2 least valuable veins of ore. This was equivalent to Ling Han giving them a big present. This naturally caused Ling Han to become the butt of their jokes. At the same time, he was also blamed by his own allies. However, Ling Han and his son and grandson remained silent as they bathed in the riches themselves. There was no need to tell everyone about this, was there? Moreover, everyone believed that he was a fool when it came to stone gambling, so perhaps he could still screw more people over? After a while, something unexpected occurred. After all 10 veins of ore were mined, another vein of ore surprisingly appeared underground. This vein of ore had been hidden underneath the 10 other veins of ore, which had acted as somewhat of a jacket. One had to realize that heavenly venerable stone could block the divine sense of heavenly venerates, so none of them had been able to detect this vein of ore. Even Ling Han had been unable to detect it. It was only when he saw it that he came to a sudden realization. However, there was only a single vein of ore, so whom would it belong to? Having seen Ling Han's strength, their opponents naturally didn't suggest another battle to settle things. Mi Wenbai and his companions racked their brains thinking about how to obtain this vein of ore. Eventually, they settled on a stone gambling competition with Ling Han. Everyone knew that only celestial kings could become raw stone appraisal grandmasters. This was because heavenly venerable stones had a special obstructive property against heavenly venerates. As if detested by heaven and earth, heavenly venerates were unable to become raw stone appraisal grandmasters. Of course, heavenly venerates weren't too annoyed by this. After all, heavenly venerable stones only existed in this one place, so there would eventually come a day when they managed to mine all of them. Mi Wenbai and the others' suggestion of a stone gambling competition was naturally met with fierce opposition from the red-haired man. After all, there wasn't a raw stone appraisal grandmaster among them. Ling Han had already caused him to storm off in rage. Thus, how could they compete? He insisted on settling things through a battle. Both parties refused to budge. This was until Ling Han spoke, accepting the proposal of a stone gambling competition. If they wanted to settle things through a battle, he would refuse to step forward. Thus, the red-haired man and the others naturally had no option but to accept this compromise. Apart from Ling Han, who else could suppress Mi Wenbai? But a stone gambling competition? Sigh. None of them held any hope. This was already a guaranteed loss. However, what could they do? Ling Han was so domineering, so who would dare to oppose him? How are we going to do this stone gambling competition? Ling Jianxue asked on Ling Han's behalf. We'll each pick 3 raw stones to put forward. We'll then compare their total value, those on Mi Wenbai's side said. Very well, Ling Jianxue said, agreeing to these conditions on Ling Han's behalf. Mi Wenbai and the others immediately sent out their raw stone appraisal grandmaster. Everyone referred to him as Grandmaster Qian, with his full name being Qian Wang. He was at the 9th heaven, yet all of the heavenly venerates treated him as an esteemed guest. He was truly living a grand life. Qian Wang was extremely aloof, and he said to Ling Han, "I don't bully others, so I'll allow you to pick 10 raw stones to compete with me." This was extremely arrogant, yet it was perfectly in line with the demeanor of raw stone appraisal grandmasters. They were far too spoiled at this moment. Ling Han didn't mind this, and he said with a faint smile, "Sure thing." Chapter 2879, 2879 Outsider. 2879 Outsider. When the red-haired man heard Qian Wang's words, hope rose in his heart. If he chose 10 pieces, what if he was lucky and all the pieces contained treasure, and the total value surpassed Qian Wang? Sometimes, no matter how strong one was, he would still cry when he encountered someone with luck that was off the charts. "Choose first," Qian Wang said in an arrogant tone. When he had still been a celestial king one, he hadn't even been able to see a heavenly venerate, but now he could be surrounded by heavenly venerates, and was treated with the utmost courtesy. This caused his favorable opinion of himself to spike sky high. Ling Han shook his head. This kind of person did not have the wisdom of Grand Master Xianlai. He could be willful and arrogant for now, but there was a 99% chance that he would die on the streets in the future. "Sure," Ling Han said nonchalantly as he casually walked around the vein of ore, and dug out 10 raw stones. Qian Wang also started walking around. He walked back and forth a few times before finally choosing 3 raw stones. The red-haired man and the others all shook their heads. There was definitely no chance now. Look, the other Grandmaster of Raw Stone had taken such a long time to make his choice, yet Ling Han had just randomly picked 10 stones. How could this be compared? "Open the stone," Qian Wang said calmly, putting on airs. "Sure." Ling Han began to cut the stone. His power was extremely strong, and he knew the contents like the back of his hand. Thus, in just a few breaths' time, the contents appeared. This was a great herb, green in color. Fuck. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This luck was heaven-defying. A random stone could produce a supremely valuable medicine. Hope was reignited in the red-haired man. Green great herbs were extremely precious. Even if Ling Han's remaining 9 raw stones were all useless, he might still be able to win with this great herb. The mouths of Mi Wan Bai and the rest twitched. So what if he was a grandmaster of raw stone? He was no match against such good luck, right? Qian Wang's mouth was half gaping. He wasn't a first-generation grandmaster of raw stone like Grandmaster Xianlai, but belonged to the generation of his disciples and grand-disciples. They had some skills in stone gambling, but their abilities were far inferior to Grandmaster Xuanlai's. He knew that there were treasures contained in the 3 raw stones he had chosen, but he had no idea what these treasures were. Ling Han's first move was a green great herb, completely disrupting his plans, and causing him to start panicking. How could Ling Han care about him? He continued to cut another raw stone. "Here's another treasure," everyone exclaimed. The second raw stone still revealed a great herb, but the grade was slightly inferior to the first. It was only blue. However, with 2 great herbs in front of him, Ling Han was practically unbeatable. Mi Wan Bai and the others were about to fall into despair. What kind of luck did Ling Han have? Wasn't his luck a bit too good? The 3rd, 4th, and 5th raw stones were also cut one by one. They all contained great herbs. Not only did 2 green ones appear, but there was also a yellow one, which shocked and made everyone's eyes turn bloodshot. Qian Wang had already flopped onto the ground. Unless he unearthed 3 heavenly venerable seals in a row, he would definitely lose. However, Ling Han then unearthed 4 heavenly venerable seals in a row, completely cutting off his hopes. I admit defeat," Qian Wang said in a bitter tone. He looked meaningfully at Ling Han. This guy was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger too. He refused to believe that anyone's luck was this good even if someone threatened to twist his head off if he did not. This was already expected, but hearing Qian Wang admit defeat personally, everyone still felt a sense of absurdity about the whole situation. Could it be that Ling Han was also a Grandmaster of Raw Stone? However, who didn't know that it was impossible for a heavenly Venerate to become a Grandmaster of Raw Stone? That was absolutely impossible. However, no one would believe that Ling Han's luck was so heaven-defying either. Ling Han smiled faintly, but didn't act ruthlessly. He turned around, and said to Ling Jianxue, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." The red-haired man and the others also came to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. Ling Han had won, so this vein of raw stone naturally belonged to them now, so they could start choosing stones. Wait. However, just as they were about to move, they heard a voice that carried an extremely terrifying pressure. Who was it? Everyone turned around and saw two people walking over. One of them looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a slender figure. He emanated boundless light, and his breath was filled with the air of primal chaos. He was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, the person beside him was only a ninth heaven celestial king. He seemed insignificant beside his companion's aura, but everyone's eyes were fixed on him. This was because he was the Grand Master of Raw Stone that the red-haired man had invited previously, and Ling Han had driven him off in fury. They had not expected that not only had he returned, he had even brought an outsider with him. Clearly, they did not come with good intentions. "Who are you?" the red-haired man asked. Mi Wenbai and the others, on the other hand, acted as if it had nothing to do with them. In any case, this vein of or already belonged to Ling Han and the others, so they were happy to just sit by and watch the show. Pang! The response to the red-haired man was a punch from the young man. It was unstoppable, and sent the red-haired man flying. "A mere second-tier dares to be presumptuous in front of me," the young man said coldly. His gaze swept over, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone to involuntarily lower their gazes, not daring to meet his eyes. "I'm Nalanda." He retracted his gaze. "Everything here belongs to me. You people can get lost." Yet Ling Jianxue looked at the Grandmaster of Raw Stone beside him, and said, "Grandmaster Ho, we agreed that you had to keep this a secret." Grandmaster Ho sneered. "You publicly humiliated me and want me to keep it a secret for you? How laughable." Pang! The force of a punch surged over, and Grandmaster Ho was immediately turned into a rain of blood. Ling Han retracted his fist, and casually dusted it off. Hiss, this guy was really bold. He killed just like that, not giving Nalanda any face at all. Nalanda's expression darkened. He was a fourth-tier heavenly Venerate, and could suppress everyone here single-handedly, but Ling Han actually dared to kill someone in front of him, and the man he had killed was one of his own at that, so how could he not be angry? He said menacingly, "How dare you, you even dare to." Pang! He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Ling Han's fist fly towards him. "You're courting death." Nalanda humphed coldly, and threw out his own fist to meet the attack. As he saw it, the power of his punch could instantly destroy Ling Han's attack, and then continue to attack without any loss of power, blasting Ling Han into pieces. Boom! The two forces collided, but the result was completely different from what Nalanda had imagined. The power of his fist had collapsed with a single blow, and the force of Ling Han's punch was still surging over explosively. What? He turned pale with fright, and then looked at Ling Han. His entire body was glowing with the light of seals, and there were over 100 of them. This was... Boom! Power gushed over, and he was instantly blasted into a rain of blood. So what if he had been tempered by 3 fundamental powers? He couldn't withstand a single blow at all. One last thought flashed through his mind. These were combination seals, and there were shockingly many of them. Nalanda was dead. Everyone's scalp went numb. So what if Grandmaster Ho was dead? He was only a ninth heaven celestial king, after all, and the so-called Grandmaster of Raw Stone was just an elevated status. However, Nalanda was a genuine heavenly Venerate, and his strength was definitely far above everyone else's. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make everyone tremble with fear just by looking at him. Such an elite could not even withstand a single blow from Ling Han. Ling Han dispersed the heavenly venerable seals and acted as if nothing had happened. Fourth tier. This wasn't the first time he had killed one of them. Chapter 2880, 2880 Xin Qihu arrives. 2880 Xin Qihu arrives. Large amounts of life essence surged into Ling Han's body, pushing his cultivation level further by a small margin. After all, Nalanda was a fourth tier, which was equivalent to 2 or 3 green great herbs. I'll take my leave. I have something on too. I'll take my leave first. I don't have anything to do with the vein of or anyway, so I won't waste time. In an instant, most of the people had left. Everyone was afraid that Ling Han would suddenly make a move. This guy could even insta-kill a fourth-tier cultivator. This was too terrifying. Previously, although everyone had known that Ling Han had been strong, they had believed that they could have still contended against him if they had joined forces. However, now that they had seen that even Nalanda had been instantly killed, they were horrified and shocked. They knew that the difference in strength between them and Ling Han was too great. Ling Han didn't stop them. He naturally wouldn't take these people seriously. However, very quickly, someone walked over and said, "Ling Han, you have to be careful. Nalanda has an elder brother, and he's a 5th-tier heavenly Venerate." Although 5th tier was only one level higher than 4th tier, the strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Ling Han was astounded. These two brothers were both heavenly Venerates, and one was in the 4th tier, while the other was in the 5th tier. This was a little shocking. Could it be that their old man was in the 7th tier? He asked that person in detail, but the answer he received was not what he had anticipated. The two brothers were actually from a very ordinary background, and they had relied on their own hard work to reach their current heights. If it had to be said, it was Nalanda's elder brother, Nalan Xiong, who had taken great care of his younger brother. Otherwise, Nalanda shouldn't have been able to reach the 4th tier, or at least not so quickly. Nalan Xiong was currently exploring a palace here with others. It had long been reduced to ruins. However, the fact that everything else here had been destroyed, but there was still a palace left behind was enough to prove how extraordinary this palace was. Perhaps it was the palace of a 7th tier that contained an astonishing inheritance. Ling Han nodded at that person and said, "Thank you." That person smiled and said, "I am Yangpa, and I hope to be able to meet Brother Ling again in the future." He wanted to form a good relationship with Ling Han, and perhaps it would be of great use in the future. Moreover, he would only be gaining from this at no cost to himself. It was just a piece of information or a clue, and there was no need for him to pay any price. No problem. Ling Han accepted this favor. Soon, only Ling Han, his son, and his grandson remained in the canyon. Ling Han continued to open stones. With his stone-searching ability to see, the speed at which he opened the stones was naturally astonishing. Very quickly, he had completely mined the entire vein of ore, and his harvest was astonishing. There were a total of 7 heavenly venerable seals, 13 great herbs, countless pieces of divine metal, and 1 piece of devouring metal. Ling Han planned to specially use great accomplishment level devouring metal to create a spatial tool which would be augmented with the heavenly Venerate technique to form an ultimate defense. It wasn't that a separate dimension could not be created in the interior of the divine demon sword, just like the Black Tower back then. However, a precious tool that focused on offense was definitely not as good in defense as one that specialized in defense. Ling Han collected 5 of the heavenly venerable seals, and the remaining 2 were given to Ling Jianxue and his son. The great herbs were all given to Ling Han's son and grandson. With the abilities he possessed, obtaining great herbs could be said to be as easy as flipping his hand. Ling Jianxue and his son didn't return to the base, but continued to explore. The discovery of this dimension, or rather, this overlap dimension, was like a huge treasure that had been bestowed to all the heavenly venerates, and everyone could benefit from it. It was now or never. Meanwhile, Ling Han returned. He wanted to upgrade the newly obtained devouring metal, refine it into a precious treasure of heavenly venerable tier, and bring bewitching Maiden Ro, Lu Yutong, and the others over as well. He walked forward, and every step he took would bring him to an endless distance. Heavenly venerates ignored regulations, and there were no regulations here. Even 9th heaven celestial kings could exert extraordinary speed. After walking for 3 days, Ling Han's heart suddenly stirred, and he stopped in his tracks. "Come, have a cup of tea with me." A vigorous and domineering voice rang out. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "Drinking tea depends on the person. As for you, I don't seem to be very interested in joining you for tea." There was a pavilion up ahead, and in the pavilion, there was a person drinking tea. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he was a handsome man. It was Xin Qihu. Ha ha ha. Xin Qihu laughed loudly. "You're indeed very bold. You have to know that even 4th tiers are nothing in front of me. They don't even dare to breathe loudly." "Congratulations, you've met your match," Ling Han said calmly. "My match? Not really." Xin Qihu shook his head. "If you were in the 4th tier, I might be able to view you as an opponent, but a mere 2nd tier? I'm only here to kill you." "Oh, do you dare to fight me at the same cultivation level?" Ling Han provoked. "Ling Han, with the height that I have reached, will provocation be effective on me?" Xin Qihu asked with a smile. He was already publicly acknowledged as the greatest prodigy of all eternity, and could not be elevated any further. He also did not have to worry about falling off the pedestal. How could he act on impulse? Ling Han laughed, and said, "Then what nonsense are you talking about? Let's fight. You should have accepted my kind offer and helped me find veins of ore." Xin Qihu shook his head, appearing to be a little regretful. "Unfortunately, not only did you not agree, you even killed one of my men. Therefore, you must die." He made a move. Boom! With a flip of his right hand, the sky trembled, and countless heavenly bodies were born and destroyed in his hands. One exhalation was equivalent to 10,000 lifetimes, describing the various wonders of the universe, and displaying his comprehension of Tao. This was definitely the battle prowess of a 5th tier. As the might flowed, Ling Han didn't even need to face it head-on to know that he was definitely not a match for it. It couldn't be helped. The two of them were 2 whole cultivation levels apart, and Xin Qihu was the greatest prodigy of all eternity. In a battle of the same cultivation level, even if his strength was inferior to Ling Han's, he wouldn't be much weaker. How could Ling Han possibly be a match for him? Without any hesitation, Ling Han immediately drew out his broken saber. Hong! A murderous aura surged out, striking towards Xin Qihu. This exceeded Xin Qihu's expectations, and he was instantly struck by the murderous aura. Because this was not a strike of force, its speed was much faster, and he was caught off guard. This murderous aura was too terrifying. It was formed from the endless slaughter of a 7th tier heavenly venerate, and had definitely drunk a large amount of 6th tier blood. Even a peerless prodigy like Xin Qihu could not help but grunt, and the space between his brows immediately split open, causing a stream of blood to flow out. Ling Han sighed. If he was currently in the 3rd tier, then he would still be qualified to fight with Xin Qihu. Even if he was no match for Xin Qihu, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape. However, if he was in the second tier, that wouldn't do. If he went up to fight, he would definitely be instantly killed. He turned around and left. Ling Han. Xin Qihu's furious roar came from behind. He had already recovered and was chasing after Ling Han. As expected of an absolute elite of 4th tier. His speed was too high, and even though he was affected by the murderous aura of the broken saber, the effect only lasted an instant. Xin Qihu, I'll spare your life this time. When I cultivate to the 4th tier, watch how I fight a tiger. Ling Han laughed, and the broken saber struck out again. Xiao. Another saber strike was sent out, and the saber light turned into 130,000 meters long. Xin Qihu launched a furious punch. Pang! The saber chi instantly crumbled. However, he let out another muffled groan as a bloody wound appeared on his fist. It turned out that this slash not only had the power of the broken saber itself, but it also had an additional murderous aura. Thus, although Xin Qihu had dissolved the saber chi with one punch, his hand was still injured by the saber chi. He was filled with hatred. Ever since he had started cultivating, how many times had he been injured? What more when he was injured by an ant whose cultivation level was inferior to his own? His gaze was cold, and his face was filled with killing intent. Chapter 2881, 2881 Escape. 2881 Escape. Xin Qihu gave chase. Killing intent shot out of his eyes and materialized, and his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The sky and earth around him collapsed piece by piece, and his power was so strong that he had reached the 5th tier. A single move from him could make heaven and earth pale in color. Such an existence was truly disrupting the balance of heaven and earth. No wonder he was hated by heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth here was already dead, and it was impossible to restrict him at all, allowing Xin Qihu to unleash his full battle prowess. His speed was higher than Ling Han's, and he caught up to Ling Han not long afterwards. Ling Han used the same trick, and swiped out the saber again, slashing towards Xin Qihu. This time, Xin Qihu was prepared. He took out a long silver staff and struck it toward the saber chi. Boom! The saber chi was shattered, turning into fragments that filled the sky. A murderous aura surged, and it still possessed terrifying destructive power. Xin Qihu did not dare to force his way through. What he was afraid of was not the power attack from the broken saber, but the terrifying murderous aura that could materialize and cause damage to his body. However, the name of greatest prodigy of all eternity was not just for show. He did not force his way through. Instead, he threw a punch that landed on the shattered afterimages, causing blood to appear on his fist again. Ling Han saw this, but he did not feel the slightest bit of happiness. This was because Xin Qihu knew that because he had always been wary of the saber chi, he would only continue to be blocked. He wanted to change this result by trying to use the power of his fists to destroy the murderous aura. If it were Ling Han, he would also do the same and take the initiative to adapt to this murderous aura. After all, it had already been dispersed by the precious tool, and its lethality could not be compared. However, Ling Han could not do anything. He could only flee. There was a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Being pursued by the greatest prodigy of all eternity like Xin Qihu brought enormous pressure. Perhaps it could help him advance to the peak of the 2nd tier, and advance into the 3rd tier from there. This was also an opportunity for Ling Han, and opportunity always coexisted with danger. One was fleeing, and the other was chasing. Every time Xin Qihu caught up, Ling Han would use his broken saber to attack, buying himself time and space to escape again. 10 days, a month, and half a year passed. Time continued to pass, but the two prodigies were still embroiled in a pursuit. Ling Han felt that the power in his body was becoming purer and purer, and he had a feeling that he was about to sublimate. As for Xin Qihu, he adapted to the murderous aura better and better, and it was very likely that he would cross this threshold. Ling Han, how much longer can you run? Xin Qihu sneered. He believed that he would be able to truly adapt to the threat of that murderous aura in at most 3 days. At that time, Ling Han would no longer have any way to stop him. None of the people that Xin Qihu wanted to kill could ever escape. Ling Han did not reply. He still had one last move. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as Xin Qihu gave chase. When Ling Han swung his saber again, the former let out a cold laugh. A wave of his staff shattered the saber chi, and his entire body continued to charge forward, charging into the vast expanse of shattered saber afterimages. Xin Qihu still couldn't face the saber chi head-on, but after shattering it, he was no longer afraid. Xiao! Xin Qihu charged over, and he struck towards Ling Han with a sweep of his staff. Take a hit from me too. This staff strike was too terrifying. It was as if the entire dimension was pressing down on Ling Han, and it could destroy everything. If Xin Qihu was placed in a medium-level dimension, his attack would indeed be this powerful. The battle prowess of 5th tier was comparable to the eruption of a medium-level dimension. It was impossible for Ling Han to block it. The difference in battle prowess between the two of them was truly too great. He no longer hesitated. With a thought, Xiao, his figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! Xin Qihu's staff instantly missed its target. What in the world was going on? Xin Qihu stopped, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. If Ling Han had torn open space to escape, then the former would have been able to sense it. However, although this was a dimension, it was a dead dimension. There were no regulations at all, and it was located in the void. How were you going to break through space in the void? How could there be space for you to break through? He broke through the void and returned to this dimension? Xin Qihu murmured. But this wasn't right, either. Without the dimension coordinates, he should have had no idea how to get out. Strange, how did this brat disappear into thin air? Xin Qihu stood there for a long time before turning to leave. He would definitely find Ling Han again, and at that time, he would not give him any chance to escape. He would insta-kill him with one strike, and he did not mind even if it was a sneak attack. At his level, would he still care about others' opinions? Ling Han had, of course, used the endless powers of dimension in his body as a guide, and directly returned to the dimension. Others might not be able to do it, but he was different. He could travel freely in the Genesis world. This was naturally not the Flaming Frost realm, but a low-level dimension. Sensing the terrifying power in his body, heaven and earth reacted instantly, sending down layers of heavenly tribulation to obliterate him. Of course, this was a waste of effort. Ling Han did not pay it any mind, either. He frowned slightly. Xin Qihu was really quite shameless. He was clearly the greatest prodigy of all eternity, yet he did not even dare to fight him at the same cultivation level. Therefore, not only was Xin Qihu a prodigy, but he was also an ambitious and ruthless person. He only wanted results, and did not care about the process. He only wanted Ling Han dead, and it didn't matter what method he used to kill him. Ling Han scratched his head. Even if he advanced into the 3rd tier, he would probably only be on par with the other party. In fact, he would still be slightly inferior. Only if they were both in the 4th tier would he have enough confidence to suppress the other party. It couldn't be helped. Xin Qihu himself was a peerless freakish genius. How could he be taken lightly? If I get a few more great herbs, I'll have the confidence to break through to the 3rd tier, Ling Han muttered. Although advancing to the 3rd tier would not allow him to suppress Xin Qihu, at least he would be able to oppose him then. With a thought, he tore open space, and headed toward the mysterious dimension in the void again. However, while it was easy to come out, it wasn't easy to go back, because that dimension didn't have coordinates. Ling Han entered the void, and then followed his memories as he headed in that direction. His speed was great, but there was only an endless energy storm in the void, and the scenery didn't change at all. Even if he walked for 100 or 1,000 years, it was as if he was just circling endlessly. Soon, I'm almost there, Ling Han said to himself. After walking for more than 10 years, he finally had a feeling that the lost primitive dimension was not far away. But right at this moment, an indescribable palpitation arose in his heart. Before he could react, a black whip lashed toward him. How could there be a whip in the void? And who could ambush him so accurately? Hysteria. Fuck, why did I run into it again? Does the void belong to it? Why can it just come out of nowhere? Ling Han hurriedly tore open space again. He had to escape from the void. Otherwise, if he fell into Hysteria's hands, he really didn't know what would happen. He wasn't a 7th tier, so he couldn't be undying and indestructible. In a certain medium-level dimension, a celestial king was refining his celestial tool at the crater of a volcano. He had already been here for 200 million years, and he was only a step away from success. There was a look of excitement on his face. Forging a celestial tool with his own hands was like watching his own child being born. It was an indescribable sense of joy and accomplishment. Thud. A look of shock suddenly appeared on his face because a huge space had suddenly appeared in the magma layer beneath the volcano's crater. There was void energy surging, but this was not the most important thing. There was actually a man who had fallen out of it. There was a black rope wrapped around his ankle, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be some kind of tentacle that emitted an extremely evil aura. Fuck, what the hell was this? Chapter 2882 Shocking Connection. 2882 Shocking Connection. This celestial king's name was Yan Jiuling, and he had only broken through to the celestial king tier a billion years ago. However, divine metal was hard to come by, so it wasn't until 200 million years ago that he finally managed to obtain a piece, and was able to forge his own precious tool. Being able to become a celestial king, he had naturally seen a lot of things. However, when he suddenly saw the volcano erupting and a person running out, he was still so shocked that he couldn't control himself. One had to know that this was a volcanic crater that could refine divine metal. The scorching heat was extremely terrifying, and even 7th heaven or 8th heaven celestial kings could be burned to ashes by the extreme heat. Thus, he was shocked, and the celestial tool in his hand instantly dropped. Pa! It fell into the boiling lava. Ah, my celestial tool, he exclaimed, his expression full of regret. Unless he advanced into the 8th heaven, he would not be able to withstand such scorching heat. Otherwise, he would be courting death if he rashly went down into the lava. At this moment, he naturally hated the man in front of him to death. However, the other party could actually appear from the lava. Just how terrifying did his strength have to be? Thus, he only stared at the man. He saw the man using his hand as a knife to cut the tentacle on his ankle very fast, as if that was the most terrifying thing in the world, making for a very beaten picture. In fact, this was indeed the case, as this was Hysteria's tentacle. Although Ling Han successfully escaped from the void in time, one of Hysteria's tentacles had still managed to wrap around his ankle, and he had brought it out with him. Fortunately, the void closed in time, and the tentacle was cut off like it was severed by a switchblade. Before Ling Han could heave a sigh of relief, an incomparably evil intent rushed into his mind. At the same time, images appeared in his mind, but they didn't come from this intent. Instead, they came from the depths of his memories. What? He still had such a memory? Ling Han was shocked. Could it be that this was the awakening Meng Dong was talking about? Why was it related to Hysteria again? Images flashed through Ling Han's mind. He saw a strange creature that was indescribably huge, and its entire body was covered in tentacles. It was clinging onto a dimension, as if it was trying hard to squeeze into it, but was unable to. From this comparison, one could tell that it was actually about the size of a dimension, or even larger. It was too terrifying. What kind of creature could grow to such an extent? A name suddenly surfaced in Ling Han's mind: Hysteria. It could only be Hysteria. It manifested as a dimension and devoured everything. Could it be that this was the real scene of it confronting the flaming frost realm? Ling Han was greatly shaken. He did not know why he would have such a memory, and it just so happened that it was the power of Hysteria that stimulated this memory. Hysteria could always find him in the void and attack him quickly. Could it be related to this? There was more. Ling Han was suddenly startled. Previously, although Hysteria had come aggressively and even attacked him, it clearly had no intention of killing him. It was as if it just wanted to stimulate this memory buried in his body. Ling Han felt like he was about to go crazy. What did Hysteria mean? Had it been trying to snipe him several times just to let him see some kind of memory? No, there was also an indescribably evil intent that seemed to be awakening some kind of suppressed power in his body. Boom! Images kept flashing in his mind. That huge living being was constantly confronting some dimension, and in that dimension, there were countless elites embroiled in resistance against the invasion of this huge living being. These were all heavenly venerates. Ling Han came to a realization. This was definitely a battle between Hysteria and the elites of the Flaming Frost Realm. The scene continued to flash, and Hysteria was still unable to conquer this dimension. Thus, its body trembled, and hundreds of light spots surged out of its body and traversed the void. At this moment, the scene changed, following these light spots. Some light spots encountered the energy storm in the void, and were quickly annihilated, but some light spots passed through the void, and appeared in other dimensions. The image followed closely behind one of the specks of light, and entered a dimension. It instantly gave Ling Han a strong sense of familiarity. The Celestial Realm. The speck of light didn't stop. It passed through the Celestial Realm, entered the Ancient Realm, and then entered a small world from the Ancient Realm. Xiao. It entered the body of a person there. It was a woman. She had a big belly, but her clothes were ragged. It was obvious at first glance that she was extremely poor. More than a month later, she gave birth to a boy, but she died in childbirth. The boy was adopted, but he was soon living on the streets, engaged in petty theft. However, by chance, he became the disciple of a cultivation sect, and embarked on a different path of life. Later on, this boy actually discovered that he had astonishing natural talent in alchemy, so he began to learn alchemy. Ling Han's jaw dropped involuntarily because this was his previous life. Soon, he saw how he was bullied by the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, and searched for ancient sites everywhere in an attempt to turn the tables on her. In the end, he was killed by a tremor from the Black Tower, but his soul was preserved by the Black Tower. It was only after 10,000 years had passed that he had been sent into his current body and replaced the original host. During this process, the speck of light didn't perish, but underwent subtle changes. Pang! Ling Han's body shook, and he suddenly woke up. The images in his mind all disappeared, and the thousands of powers of dimension in his body erupted at the same time, forcefully obliterating the evil intent that Hysteria had sent into his mind. Wang, his mind lit up, and a seal appeared, instantly suppressing the other heavenly venerable seals until they paled in comparison. This was actually a first-grade seal. Ling Han was completely stupefied. For a moment, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts, and he felt that his heart was in a chaotic mess. There was too much information. He forced himself to calm down, and began to organize all the information into logical sequence. If the scene he saw was real, and not something Hysteria had deliberately fabricated to deceive him, then he really was inextricably linked to Hysteria. Based on what he saw, he had a guess. More than an epoch ago, Hysteria had not been able to conquer the Flaming Frost realm and crack this tough nut even after a long time. Thus, it had come up with a plan, shooting out hundreds of bright spots from its body. This was very likely similar to Seed of Life, an inheritance or something of the sort. In short, some of these spots of light were destroyed in the void, while others went to various dimensions. As for Ling Han, he was the one chosen by the spot of light. Logically speaking, he should have obtained some kind of inheritance, but for some reason, this spot of light had hibernated instead. It was only when Hysteria came into direct contact with him just now that all these hidden images reappeared, allowing him to see this piece of history. This should be an inheritance because he had obtained a first-grade heavenly venerable seal. Considering that Meng Dong kept saying that Ling Han had yet to awaken, and even called him his little brother, he should also be someone Hysteria had chosen. What was the purpose? It was impossible for Hysteria to specially bestow gifts on them. From the very beginning, there was only one goal, and that was to destroy the Genesis world and devour it. Therefore, the mission of these chosen people should be to destroy the Flaming Frost realm and weaken its power so that it could be devoured. This deduction should be very reasonable, but the problem here was that Ling Han was not stupid. Why would he help Hysteria? Chapter 2883, 2883 Part of the Truth. 2883 Part of the Truth. Ling Han didn't think that he had to work for Hysteria just because the latter had given him a first-grade heavenly venerable seal. This was too foolish. He wasn't that stupid, and Hysteria shouldn't be that naive, either. Hang on. He suddenly recalled that an evil consciousness had entered his mind previously, but before it could do anything, it was obliterated by the powers of dimension surging in his body. Could it be that, under normal circumstances, this consciousness should have affected him, causing him to defect and become a traitor to join Hysteria's side? This was very likely, it very logically explained his prior conclusion. However, there was another problem. Hysteria would never do something that it was not confident in, so how had he managed to resist this consciousness? Hysteria's strength had surpassed the 7th tier. Was its consciousness so easily obliterated? Ling Han knew that he was very impressive. He had cultivated tens of thousands of powers of dimension, and he himself was equivalent to a small Genesis world. However, it was still a small Genesis world, after all. He had not even been able to defeat Xin Qihu, so what right did he have to be so strong as to obliterate Hysteria's consciousness? The more he realized, the more confused Ling Han became. He had solved some of the mysteries. For example, why did Meng Dong think that he was one of his group? Why did he keep calling him little brother? In a sense, they were indeed the same group. Why did Hysteria always find him so easily in the void? It was because the spot of light in his body was like a bright light in the darkness. It was too obvious to Hysteria, these spots of light were just a part of it. So annoying, so annoying. Ling Han opened his eyes. He was so frustrated that he wanted to beat someone up. Then, he saw Yan Jiuling standing in front of him. "Greetings, milord." Yan Jiuling's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was grumbling mentally, because Ling Han had given him a fright, and even the celestial tool that he had almost forged successfully was gone. Ling Han's strength was clearly above his. To speak of nothing else, just the might he had exuded after opening his eyes just now had almost scared him out of his wits. It should be known that he was a celestial king, and was already standing at the same level as the regulations. If he was already so frightened, it could be seen how terrifying Ling Han was. Ling Han merely glanced at him, and immediately understood the entire sequence of events. He had just not paid attention, but that didn't mean that he didn't know. It was merely hidden in his memories, and now that he had dug it out, he understood. He nodded. With a flip of his hand, a piece of divine metal appeared. He shaped it casually, and this piece of divine metal quickly turned into the shape of a sword. Then, he threw it at Yan Jiuling. "I'll compensate for your sword." Yan Jiuling accepted the sword numbly. His mouth was about to split open from shock. This was divine metal, the sturdiest thing in the world. Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings could indeed break the divine metal, but it would definitely not be as easy as how Ling Han had easily and casually shaped it like it was clay. Such power surpassed the level of Celestial King tier. Yan Jiuling fell to his knees with a thud, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. I am Yan Jiuling." Ling Han waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Go, this place is very dangerous. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid your life will be in danger." "Yes." Yan Jiuling hurriedly left with the divine sword in his hands. This model had already been forged. Next, he only needed to nurture it with his own martial intent, and it would become a celestial tool. Ling Han stood still. He wasn't trying to scare Yan Jiuling, but if a great battle were to break out later, a mere First Heaven Celestial King wouldn't even be worthy of being considered cannon fodder. A moment later, the void split open, and a person walked out. Meng Dong. "Little brother, now you know who you are, right?" he said with a smile. Ling Han's expression remained unchanged. He was not surprised by Meng Dong's appearance. Meng Dong was one of Hysteria's men, and he had awakened his memories. It was only natural that Meng Dong would come and recruit him. Ling Han raised his hand. Wang, a seal lit up, suppressing heaven and earth until they paled in color. Endless lightning immediately struck toward him. This was the first-grade heavenly venerable seal that he had just obtained. It was very strange. He didn't need to comprehend this seal, he had mastered it as soon as it appeared. It was as if he had learned it long ago, but he had forgotten and left it in some hidden corner. When Meng Dong saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. "Little brother, you've finally returned." Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "I have some problems with my body, and some of my memories are not very clear." Meng Dong nodded. "You are indeed different from the others. Once we advance to the heavenly venerable tier, we will automatically awaken, but you had yet to awaken even after reaching the second tier. It was our Lord who exerted force and forcibly stimulated your dormant memories." As expected. Although Ling Han already had a guess, hearing Meng Dong say it himself still shook his heart. However, there was still no change in his expression. He still had this bit of self-control. Our Lord? It seemed that Meng Dong was completely on Hysteria's side. Ling Han deliberately looked distressed. "My mind is a mess now. It's filled with confusion. Little brother, you have to know that we are all a part of the Lord. In the future, we will all return to our Lord and become the rulers of the entire Genesis world." Meng Dong's face revealed a fanatical expression. "Little brother, if it wasn't for the power of our Lord in your body, how could you be so freakish and become such a powerful heavenly Venerate? If it wasn't for our Lord, how could you have the ability to devour life essence and transform it into your own cultivation level? Everything we have is bestowed by our Lord, so you must firmly believe in it, and not let your thoughts run wild." Ling Han's heart stirred. Back then, he had been chosen by the Black Tower. Was it also because he had the power of Hysteria in his body? A trace of confusion flashed in his heart. Could it be that it was all because of Hysteria that he had managed to reach this level? Were all his efforts meaningless? No. Ling Han immediately thought to himself. Whether it was the power of Hysteria or the Black Tower, they might indeed be of use to him on his path of growth, but the one who truly decided his fate was still himself. Ling Han said, "What should we do now?" "Cultivate diligently. Once we advance to the 6th tier, we can begin to take action." Meng Dong revealed an intense killing intent. Ling Han's heart trembled. If others said that they wanted to reach the 6th tier, that might just be an extravagant hope. However, Meng Dong and the others all had a trace of Hysteria's power in their bodies, so advancing to the 6th tier was definitely not difficult. It had to be known that Hysteria was capable of creation in the void, and the 6th tiers it created could form an army, so it was definitely not impossible to help Meng Dong and the others reach 6th tier. At that time, Lin Luo and the other 7th tier elites would be restricted by the main body of Hysteria. Behind the front lines, hundreds of 6th tier elites would display their might at the same time. How could the Flaming Frost Realm manage to stop them? When all the living beings in the Flaming Frost Realm died out, the power of heaven and earth would decline to the extreme, and Hysteria would be able to directly devour the Flaming Frost Realm. There would be no need to care about those 7th tiers at all. Moreover, now that the realm battlefield had been sealed, there were no more external threats, and only internal strife remained. Just look at how many heavenly venerates died a while ago. By the time Meng Dong and the others acted, how many 6th tiers could there be left in the Flaming Frost Realm? The more Ling Han thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. Could it be that all of this was Hysteria's scheme? It sealed off the realm battlefield so that there were signs of peace in the world, which caused the heavenly venerates to start fighting among themselves, while the power Hysteria had laid in ambush was continuously growing. At that time, if it suddenly launched an attack, it could instantly destroy the Flaming Frost Realm. Hehe, when can I meet my other brothers and sisters? Ling Han asked. If he could grasp the identities of all these people, then he could ask Zhou Heng, Chu Hao, and the others to take action and quell this chaos in advance. Meng Dong laughed. Little brother, don't be anxious. When the time comes, I'll naturally let you meet everyone. Fuck, this guy was quite vigilant, and still refused to trust Ling Han fully. Ling Han didn't say anything else. As the saying went, haste makes waste. He couldn't alert the enemy. Chapter 2884, 2884 Decision. 2884 Decision. Meng Dong gave Ling Han another speech, mostly to try and calm his emotions. After all, Ling Han had suddenly found out that he belonged to Hysteria's side. How could he recover so quickly? After a while, Meng Dong said, "Little brother, let's keep in touch in the future. I am very excited to be working with you." For a moment, Ling Han considered the possibility of taking Meng Dong down on the spot and forcing his secret out of him. However, after some consideration, he decided to give up on that idea. He wasn't sure if Hysteria had any more tricks up its sleeve. What if Meng Dong's mind were to explode directly under duress? He would then be losing a very valuable source of information. All right. Let's keep in touch. Ling Han nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something and came to a halt. Was it our Lord's plan to lead us to that lost dimension? Meng Dong had a puzzled look. I'm not too sure about that, either. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. While it's true that the current situation would lead to the deaths of a lot of heavenly venerates, there are simply too many resources lying there, which is more than enough to give the surviving ones a huge boost in strength. I'll be able to get clear answers from our Lord once I get in touch with him. Well then, I'm going. Opening the void, Meng Dong naturally headed towards the lost dimension. There were simply too many precious materials there. Even a 6th tier would see it as a treasured land. Ling Han was deep in thought. Unknown to him, there seemed to be several different forces vying for superiority. Hysteria was undoubtedly at the top. Its main body was in the midst of suppressing the Flaming Frost Realm, but it had plenty of tricks up its sleeve. If it was allowed to carry on undeterred, it just might devour the Genesis world one day. However, with the appearance of a lost primitive dimension, a number of great herbs and heavenly venerable seals that shouldn't belong in this world emerged. They would cause a heavenly venerate to quickly increase in strength, and there was a good chance that a new 7th tier would be born in the near future. This was definitely not an outcome Hysteria wanted. How did that lost primitive dimension get destroyed in the first place? Moreover, it was a dimension overlapping another dimension. Theoretically, this wasn't possible. What sort of power was capable of surpassing the 7th tier and doing such a thing? Ling Han stood for a long time. He had gathered a lot of information in a single day, and he needed time to properly analyze it. After 10 days, he tore a rip into the void, and continued his journey. He had an unshakable faith. No matter what Hysteria had done to him in the past, he was still the same person as before, and would not live his life for anyone else's sake. In his heart, his family and friends were more important than anything else. He was definitely going to protect the Genesis world, and would not let Hysteria have its way. This time around, he didn't have to worry about Hysteria finding him as he traveled the void. Firstly, Hysteria assumed that it had no more reason to seek him out, because he had been awakened. Secondly, Ling Han had destroyed the mark that Hysteria had left. Without a lighthouse, how was Hysteria going to find him in the vastness of the void? Half a year had passed, and Ling Han finally found the lost dimension. He descended into the dimension. This was the outermost dimension, and Ling Han did not stop at all. He passed through the ground layer, and headed towards the dimension below. After passing through the second layer, he returned to base and regrouped with Zhou Heng and the rest. He then told everyone everything about his body and his relation to Hysteria. He didn't hide a single thing, because he held no guilt. The revelation left Zhou Heng and the rest in shock. They never would have thought Hysteria would have such a play. Ling Han, this is a grave matter. Please allow me to personally search your spirit, said Zhou Heng. It wasn't because he didn't trust Ling Han, but Hysteria's methods were simply too cunning. No one knew if it had placed some sort of trap just waiting to be set off in the future in Ling Han's mind so that Ling Han would fall under its control. Ling Han agreed. He also wanted to know if he had been able to thoroughly remove all possible threats. Zhou Heng placed his palm on Ling Han's head and inserted his divine sense. He gave the latter a thorough check, and he retracted his hand after a while. How is it? Both Lin Xiaoyang and Chu Hao asked. Zhou Heng had a curious look on his face. This brat has limitless powers of dimension inside of him. It was like a giant millstone. My divine sense can't get inside at all, and was quickly ground to nothing. Is it really so amazing to progress on this path? Lin Xiaoyang asked in surprise. Seeing the puzzled look on Ling Han's face, he continued, truth be told, my father also once had a similar theory of compressing the powers of dimension from the entire Genesis world. However, this wasn't something that could be put into practice. Even a pseudo-heavenly Venerate didn't have that kind of capacity. The power of 1,000 dimensions was the limit, and even then, this was nothing but a static force. One would not be able to go any further once they reached this limit. Hence, my father and his peers came up with another solution, and that was to imbue a small dimension inside of themselves before reaching the heavenly venerable tier. That way, the dimension's strength would grow along with one's own power. In the early stage, this would not even compare to a heavenly Venerate with the strength of a few hundred dimensions. However, there was an endless potential for growth. Once you reached the 6th tier, this method would then prove to be the better solution. Youlian and Xin Qihu are prime examples of this. It was no wonder they only took a few million years to reach the 4th tier. They didn't have to gather strength from one dimension at a time. Of course they'd be faster. However, you somehow managed to take a different path altogether, and more or less merged both methods into one. If you were to train this to its full potential. Hiss. Zhou Heng and the other two gasped at the same time. How strong would Ling Han be then? According to my estimation, Ling Han's potential for development is limitless. Perhaps he can leap out of the 7th tier and stand at the same height as Hysteria, or even surpass it, Chu Hao said. Lin Xiaoyang also nodded. Thus, Ling Han will definitely not be controlled by hysteria. It will definitely not allow any person who can threaten its existence to grow. Zhou Heng looked at Ling Han. Something shocking must have happened to you, causing the control of hysteria to fail. It also allowed you to accommodate the powers of dimension of the entire Genesis world, turning you into another Genesis world with endless potential for development. The three of them were certain that Ling Han's situation was too unique, and definitely not something hysteria could control. The problem now is to find Meng Dong and the others and eliminate them in advance. Otherwise, when they reach 6th tier, it will really be difficult to deal with them, Lin Xiaoyang said solemnly. However, we only know one Meng Dong and a Wuxia now. If we act rashly, it's very likely that we'll alert the enemy and let the others completely hide their identities. They definitely won't make trouble unless they're at the 6th tier. Therefore, this matter still has to fall on Ling Han's shoulders. We will investigate the surviving dregs of hysteria, and then announce it to the world. Then, we will attack together and eliminate these remnants. Ling Han nodded. I'll do my best. He took his leave. First, he boosted the devouring metal in his hand to the highest level. Then, he refined it into a supreme precious tool that was completely inclined to defense. Even the devouring metal had its limitations. The martial intent it could be branded with was limited, so it was good at attack, but not good at defense. After all, it was only a tool. This was a completely defensive supreme precious tool. Coupled with the toughness of the devouring metal, its defensive ability was extremely strong. Ling Han returned to the first-dimensional layer, and moved everyone in the celestial guest residence over. From now on, this would be the new celestial guest residence. Then, he called the Empress and Hunyou over, and continued to explore for veins of ore. He had to reach 3rd tier as soon as possible. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel safe in this chaotic world. Even Xin Qihu could make him flee in a sorry state. If Xin Qihu were to hear this, he would definitely fly into a rage. He was the greatest prodigy of all eternity, not just some nobody. After so many years, almost all the veins of ore in this dimension had actually been explored, so Ling Han headed towards the land's heart. Perhaps there was another dimension below. Chapter 2885 Primitive Stone Slab. 2885 Primitive Stone Slab. Since an overlapped dimension had already appeared, why couldn't there be another? Ling Han and the others headed underground. It was said that some forces had gone deep underground to see if there was a third dimension. As for whether there was one or not, it was currently an absolute secret, and could not possibly be leaked. The ground structure here was actually very solid. The soil had been compressed, and the same piece of soil was at least 10 times heavier than in the flaming frost dimension. However, due to the lack of the support of the power of dimension, this solid layer of soil couldn't withstand a single blow. "Io!" Hunyou suddenly let out a cry of pain. Nyo's head, it's going to be split in half. Ling Han turned around, and asked, what's going on? Nyo got hit. Hunyou rubbed her head, where a bump had abruptly appeared on her forehead. Ling Han hurriedly walked back, and saw that there was actually a huge stone slab in Hunyou's path. The little girl had crashed into it, and not only did it forcefully stop her, but it also caused a bump on her forehead. However, this was extremely unbelievable. Hunyou was a 4th tier, and her physique had been tempered by 3 types of fundamental powers. How tough did her physique have to be? Yet, it was actually stopped by a stone slab, and a bump appeared on her head. Ling Han looked at the stone slab. It had already shattered. After all, it had been rammed by a 4th tier. Other than the devouring metal at great accomplishment level, what other material in the world could be so hard? Fortunately, Hunyou had only gotten a little scrape, and was not seriously injured. Hence, Ling Han focused on studying this stone slab, and discovered that this thing was actually the stone material used to construct the city walls of the defenses in the realm battlefield. This stone material was incomparably sturdy, but it couldn't be made into any precious tool, because it didn't have any spirituality. There are words on it. The Empress also walked over. Ling Han nodded. There were indeed many words engraved densely on it, but they were completely different from any of the existing words, and could not be read. Oh, Nyo's head hurts so much. Ling Han, quickly blow on it for Nyo, who Nyo said, acting spoiled. All Ling Han could do was hold the little girl in his arms. As he rubbed her small head, he continued to study this stone slab. I wonder what's written here, the Empress said. Let's get Wally here and ask him. Ling Han thought for a moment. Although Wally might not recognize it, he was good at deduction. As long as there were enough words, he might be able to decipher it. He thought about it again. Forget it. I'll go look for him. You and Hunyo go on first. I'll leave a trace of power on you. It can be a light that will guide me back here, Ling Han said. The Empress nodded, pulled Hunyo along, and left first. No, Nyo wants to be with Ling Han. Hunyo struggled, but was unable to shake off the Empress, and could only call out in vain. Ling Han put away the stone slab and took a step forward. He was already out of the void, and then tore open space to return to the void. However, he was already in a completely different position now. The powers of dimension in his body were channeled. He searched for the location of the flaming frost realm, and then spread out his body, shuttling through the void like lightning. It took him more than 20 years to return to the flaming frost realm. Then, he found Wally at the world's paramount martial academy. This guy had stayed in the martial academy all this while, and had no plans on leaving. Come, analyze it for me and tell me what the words on it mean. Ling Han handed the stone slab to Wally. It wasn't easy for him to find written records in that lost land. Perhaps he could uncover the secrets of that place. 100 pieces of divine metal, Wally said, after taking a look. Why did you increase the price? Ling Han asked with a smile. He naturally didn't care about 100 pieces of divine metal anymore, but teasing Wally was very fun. Wally looked at Ling Han seriously. This is from a completely different civilization. It's extremely difficult for me to crack it. Ling Han laughed loudly, and threw out several hundred pieces of divine metal with a wave of his hand. This was the common currency for stone gambling, so he naturally had plenty on him. Wally didn't ask him why he gave more. In any case, Ling Han could give more, but he couldn't give less. How long will it take? Ling Han asked. A few years now, Wally said. Ling Han was curious. Then what about in the past? Probably a few hundred years, he said. It wasn't very long, either. Ling Han nodded, and then sat cross-legged at the side, waiting quietly. He had just sorted out his thoughts. He was actually involved with hysteria. This wasn't something that could be let go so easily. The two of them fell silent. One was studying the words on the stone slab, while the other was thinking about his own matters. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. It's done, Wally suddenly said. Ling Han snapped out of his deep meditation and opened his eyes. Tell me about it. There's a major event recorded on it. The general idea is that an extremely powerful creature appeared and threatened their world, as well as countless similar worlds. Therefore, the elites of their world joined forces with the elites of other worlds to resist this creature, Wally said. Ling Han was stunned. Was this referring to hysteria? Be more specific, he said. What's the name of this powerful creature? Wally shook his head. I can't translate this, because the name itself is meaningless. That was indeed the case. Ling Han nodded slowly, organizing his thoughts in his mind. Could the powerful living being mentioned on the stone slab be hysteria? This was too consistent with Hysteria's description. However, the time didn't match. Hysteria didn't appear when the Genesis world was born. Instead, after the Genesis world developed to a certain stage, it was a cultivator from a certain dimension that suddenly had an idea, and created such a monster. From then on, this monster gradually ran out of control. It devoured all the cultivators, living beings, and even the dimension itself, replacing them. From then on, the prelude to the realm war began. At that time, Lin Luo and the others should have already become 7th tiers. If it was said that 2 dimensions overlapped and were lost in the void together, and they knew nothing about it, how could this be possible? But if it had not been for Hysteria, where would such a terrifying guy have gone? He couldn't have disappeared into thin air, right? And there was that dead 7th tier as well, he should have been undying and indestructible. The overlapping of 2 dimensions could only be done with the combined efforts of at least several hundred 7th tiers, which was even more inconceivable. Ling Han sighed. It looked like he was still far from unraveling all the mysteries. Will you go to that dimension in the void to take a look? Suppressing such emotions, he asked Wally. No, Wally refused immediately without a second thought. All right then. Then I will come and visit you again in the future when I have the time. Wally scoffed, you will only come when you need something. Ling Han laughed loudly. You're right. He directly tore open space and entered into the void. Then, with the sliver of powers of dimension he had left on the Empress as a beacon, he traversed the void. This naturally took him another several decades before he again returned to that lost primitive dimension. Chapter 2886, 2886 Fei Bai Pig. 2886 Fei Bai Pig. Ling Han realized that he was really busy. How many times had he come here already? He shook his head and began to pass through the earth. He first arrived at the 2nd dimension, and then headed further underground. This was because the Empress had the power of dimension that he had left behind, and it could act as his guiding light. The Empress was clearly still further underground. Could there really be a 3rd dimension down there? Although Ling Han had already guessed this, when this scenario really happened, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Overlapping 2 dimensions already required several hundred 7th tiers to act simultaneously. As for 3, just how powerful would they need to be? Ling Han didn't dare to think about it. At the very least, even if all the elites present were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to do it. Even Hysteria probably wouldn't be able to do it. Otherwise, if it could already overlap dimensions, how could it not be able to conquer the flaming frost realm? Ling Han sped up, and he continued to dive downwards. The power of the heavenly venerable tier surged, and all obstacles were unable to withstand a single blow from him, as if they were made from paper. He traveled like this for about 10 days. Xiao. He broke through the last layer of the earth, and he appeared in a new world. A tall mountain rose hundreds of thousands of meters high, and a crevasse was hundreds of thousands of meters deep. In the past, this had clearly been a sea, but now the seawater had evaporated, leaving behind only a huge sinkhole. As expected, there was a 3rd dimension here. Ling Han sensed that this should also have been a high-level dimension in the past, but it was already dead now, and could only be identified based on the strength of the 6 fundamental powers. Of course, Ling Han could only sense one type of fundamental power now. He quickly probed which direction he should head in, then spread out his body again, and sped forward. After a few more days, a mountain range appeared in front of him, and the Empress was within these mountains. Xiao. Ling Han's figure descended, and he quickly found the Empress and Hunyo. Ling Han. Hunyo jumped over first and hugged him. You're too bad. Nyo's head is about to burst open, but you don't care at all. Nyo is going to die of sadness. This little girl. Ling Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hugged the little girl, and said, alright, aren't I back now? Then Nyo wants you to kiss Nyo 100 times, no, 1000 times. Hu Nyo bargained, her big eyes blinking. Ling Han was slightly embarrassed. It was not only the Empress and Hu Nyo here, but also a large group of other people as well. It was fine if they kissed a few times, but kissing 100 or 1000 times was a little awkward. We'll kiss when we get home, he said to Hu Nyo. Only then did Hu Nyo nod, beaming with joy. Sometimes, she was quite easy to pacify. What's the situation? He asked the Empress. A huge ore deposit has been discovered here. After all these years of mining, there isn't much left, but the essence should still be here. Therefore, no one can mine it now. Everyone has an eye on it, and we're going to have a fight over it, the Empress said. Ling Han nodded, and asked, who are the elites there? There are quite a few 4th tiers, and even a few 5th tiers, the Empress said solemnly. Ling Han also frowned. He could deal with 4th tiers, but when it came to 5th tiers, he wouldn't be able to deal with them even if he used the 9th grade combination seals. Unless. With a sudden flip of her hand, the Empress took out several great herbs. Over the years, we've also unearthed quite a few great herbs, so we've left some for you. Ling Han, after you eat them, will you be able to reach the 3rd tier? Hu Nyo asked. Ling Han was originally at the peak stage of the 2nd tier, and he had already strengthened his foundations previously. When pursued by Xin Qihu, he had even refined his power to an incomparably pure level. As long as he advanced his cultivation level a little further, he would be able to break through. Perhaps it was just a matter of a few more great herbs. Ling Han nodded, and said, I'll try. If he advanced into the 3rd tier, he would have the ability to fight against even 5th tiers. Of course, whether he could suppress them or not was another matter. After all, having 5th tier battle prowess and crushing 5th tiers were two completely different matters. Celestial Maidens, this is, just as Ling Han was about to enter the new celestial guest residence, he saw an imposing-looking man walk over with large strides. There was a gentle smile on his face, but it did not conceal the pride in the depths of his eyes. Ling Han looked at the Empress, and asked, trouble? Just go into seclusion. I'll take care of it, the Empress said indifferently, appearing to be completely unconcerned. Ling Han nodded, and he instantly entered the celestial guest residence with a flash. Wayaya, why don't you ask Nyo? Nyo can take care of it too. Hu Nyo jumped around, appearing extremely displeased. Only then did the Empress turn to look at the man. It has nothing to do with you. The man's smile didn't diminish, and he showed a caring expression. I'm just worried that the 2 celestial maidens will be deceived by others. Fei Bai Pig, you're so annoying. Hu Nyo made a face at him. Celestial maiden Hu, my name is Fei Bai Zhu, the man corrected Hu Nyo, but there was a smile on his face. If Hu Nyo was only beautiful, then as a dignified 4th tier, he would not take her seriously at all. However, Hu Nyo's beauty was pure, natural, and not pretentious at all. This was incomparably rare. Just look, what heavenly Venerate would make faces. She was the only one who looked fresh and refined. And in the case of the Empress, besides being beautiful, she was also proud to the core. This was also her natural personality, which he liked. It's still easier to remember Fei Bai Pig, Hu Nyo muttered, and then put her hands at her waist. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still standing here? Do you want to snatch Nyo's meat? Her face was full of suspicion and vigilance, causing Fei Bai Zhu not to know whether to laugh or cry. He was a dignified 4th tier, did he have to snatch food from others? Don't worry, celestial maiden Hu. I won't snatch it from you, he explained. You won't snatch it, but you still want to eat it, right? Hu Nyo's ability to reason was completely different from others. She couldn't help but turn her body to the side to guard the food in her hand, as if a piece would be missing if someone just looked at it. The Empress was impatient. "Fei Bai, you're not welcome here. I've already said this many times." Fei Baiju's gaze turned cold. Initially, he didn't mind taking things slowly. After all, Hunyo and the Empress were a 4th tier and 3rd tier. Being able to cultivate to such a height, and to be as beautiful as a fairy, each with their own unique characteristics, they naturally made his heart palpitate. Spending some time courting them would also be worth it. Only such a Dao partner was worthy of accompanying him in his long life. Otherwise, he would get sick of her sooner or later. However, Ling Han's appearance caused him to develop a strong sense of danger. If he were to slowly court them, then it might all be for naught. All right then. Please be careful, celestial maidens. After all, the people here are complicated. If you encounter any danger, feel free to come to my base. I'll definitely do my best to help. He didn't continue to pester them. Instead, a warm smile appeared on his face. He turned around and left. What do you think he means by that? Hunyo asked the Empress. Who cares what kind of schemes he's up to? The Empress didn't care. She sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes to rest. Arrogant woman. Hunyo grumbled, and also sat down. Chapter 2887, 2887 Arrival of Enemies. 2887 Arrival of Enemies. There were many people in the mountains, but no one spoke. The atmosphere seemed rather oppressive. This was because there was a high chance that a huge battle would break out at any moment, and a major reshuffling of cards would occur. Many people would be eliminated in the battle, losing the right to touch this last vein of ore. Sure enough, a few days later, the purge began, and elites led teams to chase off the lone elites. After sweeping away these small fries, the remaining major factions would naturally fight to determine the ownership of the final and most precious vein of ore. It was still relatively quiet where the Empress and Hunyo were, but after half a month, there were still people who came over. Celestial maidens, are you willing to join our Xuanwu alliance? 4 people walked over together. 2 of them were 4th tiers, while the other 2 were 3rd tiers. This was an extremely powerful group. Not interested, the Empress rejected him coldly without even opening her eyes. Then we have no choice but to ask the 2 of you to leave, a 4th tier stated calmly. Does this place belong to you? What right do you have to chase me away? Hunyo immediately jumped up. It's fine if you want to stay, but the 2 of you will have to be strong enough, the 4th tier said. Don't waste words on them, just chase them away, another 4th tier said. All right. The first 4th tier nodded. He had a head full of gray hair, but his face was as young as a youth in his late teens. It was very strange. He and the other red-robed 4th tier attacked at the same time, launching an attack at Hunyo, while the other 2 3rd tiers joined forces to attack the Empress. 2 4th tiers versus 1 4th tier, 2 3rd tiers versus 1 3rd tier, both sides were a 2-on-1 battle. It was obvious that they had already made prior arrangements, and it was definite that 2 of them would be dealing with 1 each. Ha ha ha, Nyo loves fighting the most. Hunyo laughed loudly. Her figure was incomparably agile, and she immediately charged towards the 2 4th tiers. The Empress, on the other hand, remained seated cross-legged. Only when the 2 3rd tiers arrived did she let out a soft exclamation and sent out a palm strike. Wang, a terrifying power surged, and a jade-like palm that was as large as the heavens appeared, pressing down on the 2 3rd tiers. Reality proved that someone like her, who had condensed a number of powers of dimension to break through to the 1st tier, would have a huge advantage in the early stage. However, because there was a limit to the powers of dimension, this advantage would also be continuously weakened as her cultivation level increased. But even so, she was still far stronger than her peers of the same cultivation level. Even if she did really reach the 7th tier one day, she could still maintain a considerable advantage. The Empress's current cultivation level was the early stage of the 3rd tier, but her battle prowess had directly soared to the peak stage of the 3rd tier. Hong, this palm of hers was too terrifying, enough to crush 99% of all 3rd tiers. Not good. The 2 3rd tiers both cried out in alarm. They were both in the late stage of the 3rd tier. Originally, they had the upper hand in terms of cultivation level, and now that it was a 2-on-1 fight, they should have a firm grasp of victory. However, they did not expect the Empress to actually be so freakish, which caused them to be completely unable to react in time. Wang, wang. Seals lit up on their bodies, and they both channeled heavenly venerable seals at the same time. Pang, pang. They each launched an attack to meet the Empress's strike. Shock waves rippled out. The 2 3rd tiers joined forces, and with the help of the heavenly venerable seals, they finally withstood the Empress's attack. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Although they had blocked this attack, the Empress had only done it casually, and hadn't used her full strength at all. If she had also channeled the heavenly venerable seals, how could they have withstood it? Not good. There was an unexpected variable for their plans. The Empress opened her eyes, her gaze filled with killing intent. She actually hadn't killed the enemy with a single strike? Her pride had already been stimulated. With a humph, her figure flashed, and she took the initiative to charge towards the 2 3rd tiers. A heavenly venerable seal was channeled by her, adding a terrifying power to her attacks, and her divine might was incomparably terrifying. The 2 3rd tiers didn't dare to take her assault head-on at all, and hurriedly retreated. If they took it head-on, they would probably be courting death. Lord Crimson Emperor. They pleaded for help from the red-robed 4th tier. Interesting. The red-robed 4th tier humphed lightly, then turned around, and sent a palm strike toward the Empress. Hong, the might of 4th tier was incomparably terrifying. Pang! The Empress's figure was forcefully stopped. One side had battle prowess of the peak of the 3rd tier, while the other was in the middle stage of the 4th tier. The disparity between them was too great. Ha ha ha, shameless woman, do you want Nyo to help you? Hu Nyo clapped her hands and laughed. She had never liked the Empress, so why would she take the initiative to help? The Empress didn't say a word, avoiding the red-robed 4th tier and focusing on those 2 3rd tiers. Crimson Emperor, go and take down that 3rd tier. I'll handle things here, the white-haired 4th tier said. All right. The red-robed 4th tier nodded. With such a casual attack, even if he could take down a peak stage 3rd tier, he would still have to expend some effort. Shameless. Hu Nyo shouted lightly, and intercepted the red-robed 4th tier. Little girl, you should take care of yourself first, the white-haired 4th tier said with a smile. He pressed down with his palm, forcing Hu Nyo to turn back and defend. That was because he was also in the middle stage of the 4th tier, which was much stronger than Hu Nyo. Nyo's angry now. Hu Nyo cried out, abruptly channeling a heavenly venerable seal, and her battle prowess instantly soared. This was a heavenly venerable seal she had obtained from unearthing stones, and it increased her strength by more than 20 times. In this way, her might instantly soared, and she broke through the blockade of the white-haired 4th tier, and joined forces with the Empress. White hair, you can't even stop an early-stage 4th tier. The red-robed 4th tier looked at the white-haired 4th tier teasingly. The white-haired 4th tier humphed, and similarly channeled a heavenly venerable seal of his own, immediately raising his battle prowess. Boom! He had an advantage in terms of cultivation level, but his heavenly venerable seal was inferior to Hu Nyo's, so their battle prowess was not much different. However, everyone knew that heavenly venerable seals could only release energy for 2 hours. At that time, Hu Nyo's battle prowess would rapidly decrease, and she would no longer be a match for him. However, for now, Hu Nyo was enough to restrain the 2 4th tiers, allowing the Empress to free herself and suppress the 2/3 tiers. The 2/3 tiers could only continuously dodge, relying on the 2/4 tiers to strike out from time to time to help them out of their dilemma. They were all incomparably ashamed and resentful. They had clearly come to suppress that 3rd tier, but now they had become a burden. Fortunately, the time that Hunyo could display her might was limited. As long as they dragged it out for another 2 hours, she would be powerless to continue. 2 hours passed very quickly. Just as the red-robed man and the white-haired man were preparing to counter with all their might, Hunyo channeled the 2nd seal, and there was not much decline to her battle prowess at all. What? This shocked the red-robed man and the white-haired man greatly. How could Hunyo still use a high-level Heavenly Venerable Seal? Although it was only a 7th-grade Heavenly Venerable Seal, because 8th-grade Heavenly Venerable Seals were already considered top-notch, 7th-grade Heavenly Venerable Seals were definitely far above average. One had to remember something here. Before these primitive dimensions were discovered, just how many Heavenly Venerable Seals were there in the world? It was only now that there were more Heavenly Venerable Seals, but they were basically only of the 9th grade. However, Hunyo used 2 7th-grade seals in a row. How could they not be shocked and envious? If it weren't for a certain someone having warned them in advance, they'd really want to kill Hunyo and extract these 2 7th-grade seals from her. Fine, they would just have to last another 2 hours. Chapter 2888, 2888 Summoning Help. 2888 Summoning Help. However, 2 hours later, Hunyo used a 3rd 7th-grade seal. Over the years, how many raw stones had Ling Han and the others cut open? Although only a small portion of them revealed Heavenly Venerable Seals, and most of them were handed over to Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo still received a few. How could this be? At a mountain peak very far away, Fei Bai Pig frowned. According to his plan, Hunyo and the Empress should be defeated very soon, and he would appear in time to save the 2 women. Although saving a damsel in distress was an old trick, it was a trick that never failed. But now, although the beauties were in danger, it seemed that they could solve it themselves. How could he then proceed to save them? Forget it, let's stick to the plan. With a leap, he appeared at the edge of the battle area. Crimson Emperor, White Demon, can you please give me some face and stop? He asked. The red-robed and white-haired duo stopped as instructed, but the Empress and Hunyo didn't. One continued to attack the 2/3 tiers, while the other continued to focus a wild offensive on the red-robed and white-robed duo. In this way, the 2/3 tiers could only continue fleeing, and the red-robed and white-haired men also had to face Hunyo, or else they would be equivalent to raising their heads to simply accept death. Fei Bai Pig's expression was ugly. He actually couldn't persuade them. What would happen to his pride? Celestial maidens, this is all a misunderstanding, he said. Crimson Emperor and White Demon are both capable members of our alliance, and they are here on my father's orders to chase off all other uninvolved persons. As long as the 2 of you join our alliance, you will naturally not be subjected to such restrictions. Hunyo giggled. Fei Bai Pig, you intentionally commanded these people to find trouble with us, and then you took the opportunity to save the damsel in distress, making us look at you in a different light and be grateful to you, right? What a pity, you didn't think that our power would surpass your imagination. Seeing Fei Bai Pig's expression change slightly, she continued, this trick is too old-fashioned. It has long been seen through by the wise and mighty Nyo. Fei Bai Pig couldn't help but clench his fists, his heart fluctuating slightly. Young Master Fei, these 2 women have at least 7th-grade Heavenly Venerable Seals on them. It's extremely likely that they're even more important than the veins of or here. I advise you to give up on those silly ideas and capture these 2 people to extract their Heavenly Venerable Seals from them, the white-haired 4th tier said coldly. Although he addressed Fei Bai Pig as Young Master Fei, there was no respect in his tone. They were both in the 4th tier, and his cultivation level was slightly higher. He addressed Fei Bai as Young Master Fei naturally because of Fei Baiju's father. That father was a 5th-tier elite, and even if 100 4th-tier elites were added together, they might not be a match for him. That's right. We pursue the supreme heavenly Tao, so how can we be distracted by women, the red-robed 4th tier also said. Fei Baiju's expression was ugly. He didn't want to give up on the Empress and Hunyo, because, in his opinion, the path of cultivation was long, so if he had such peerless beauties accompanying him, he naturally wouldn't feel bored or frustrated. However, after hearing what the two of them said, would the two women still follow him? He was a decisive person as well, and immediately nodded. All right. He joined the fray, and the 3 4th tiers exerted their strength together. Hunyo was instantly embroiled in a dilemma. Although Fei Baiju was only an early-stage 4th tier, he had channeled a 7th-grade seal, and his strength was not inferior to Hunyo's. This became a 3-on-1 battle, giving Hunyo immense pressure. Wah, shameless. 3 against 1. Hunyo cried out loudly, but gritted her teeth and refused to retreat. It was easy for her to retreat, but what about the Empress? Although the two women fought frequently, they were both members of the Ling clan. How could they watch the other fall into enemy hands? Retreat, the Empress said. She approached Hunyo. Hee, if we can let you two escape, then we don't need to live anymore, the red-robed 4th tier said. He forcefully suppressed them, and another 2 hours passed. Hunyo finally didn't have a 4th 7th grade seal to channel, and her battle prowess plummeted. Shameless woman, what other ideas do you have? Hunyo shouted at the Empress. The Empress shrugged, indicating that there was nothing she could do, either. Then we can only call Ling Han out, Hunyo shouted loudly. Ling Han, quickly come and save me. You still want to call for help? The white-haired 4th tier sneered. At this time, no one can save you. Oh, what makes you so sure? Xiao. With a flash, Ling Han had already appeared. Ling Han. Hunyo shouted happily. She didn't care what kind of time or place this was, and immediately jumped onto Ling Han, giving him a bear hug. Although Fei Baiju had already given up on the two women, seeing Hunyo and Ling Han being so intimate, his expression still couldn't help but change. He snorted coldly, and said, just a puny 2nd tier. His tone was filled with disdain. White hair and red robe also laughed loudly. What utter nonsense, they had thought that some super elite would be called out, but it was actually just a 2nd tier. What could a 2nd tier do? Ling Han stared at Fei Baiju. You dare to have designs on my wives? What are you? Before Fei Baiju could finish speaking, Ling Han had already charged over, and threw a punch. This punch was so fast. Although Fei Baiju was slightly shocked, he didn't care at all. So what if Ling Han was fast? He was only a 2nd tier. Fei Baiju delivered a palm strike towards Ling Han. At this moment, he had already channeled a heavenly venerable seal, and his battle prowess was currently at its peak, reaching middle stage 4th tier, which could be considered to be incomparably terrifying. Pang! As the punch landed on him, Fei Baiju's entire body trembled as he spat out a mist of blood. Young Master Fei. The white-haired man and the red-robed man were both shocked. Why was it that not only did Fei Baiju not kill Ling Han with a single palm strike, he was even slightly injured? However, Fei Baiju didn't answer them. He just stood there. The two were shocked. What was going on? However, Ling Han paid no more attention to Fei Baiju, and strode towards the red-robed man and the white-haired man. There was a seal glowing on his body, and although there was only one, it exuded a domineering aura that suppressed all the heavenly Tao in the world. This was because this was a 1st-grade heavenly venerable seal. What kind of heavenly venerable seal is this? It's too terrifying. It seems to have surpassed everything. The red-robed man and the white-haired man cried out in surprise. They even forgot to be concerned about Fei Baiju's current situation. Ling Han let out a long cry, and punched out. Boundless power surged, and the nearby mountain peaks collapsed one by one, while the sky trembled violently, collapsing in large patches. Only then did the red-robed man and the white-haired man become horrified. Previously, they were only shocked that Ling Han could stand against Fei Baiju, but now that they were personally facing Ling Han, they finally understood what kind of pressure this was. They hurriedly released their strongest battle prowess, and went forth to meet Ling Han's attack. Pang! However, with only a single strike, they felt as if they had suffered a terrifying blow, and all the veins and bones in their bodies were instantly broken apart. They were shocked. A second tier had dealt them such a heavy blow with just one punch, and they had completely lost any ability to continue fighting. Was he still human? Ling Han was astounded. They actually didn't die. In his opinion, these two people should have died with a single punch. Boom! In response to this, Fei Baiju's body suddenly exploded, turning into an endless rain of blood. He had been killed by Ling Han in a single strike, and had only exploded at this moment. Logo. This is the end of Part 1. Chapter 2889, 2889 Third Tier. 2889 Third Tier. The red-robed man and the white-haired man felt a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts and straight into their heads. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. How could they not be afraid? Fei Baiju had just died in front of them, and they didn't want to share his fate as well. Are you feeling any regrets? Ling Han asked. The two of them hurriedly nodded. Right now, they had already completely lost their battle prowess, and even a first tier could easily kill them. Alright, then you two can go to your afterlife now. Ling Han threw another punch. Pang, pang. The two of them instantly turned into a rain of blood, just as Fei Baiju had. The resentment of the two heavenly venerates floated in the air. They had clearly already begged for mercy, so why had Ling Han still killed them? However, Ling Han was completely unconcerned. They dared to attack his wives. So what if they even knelt down and kowtowed 100 times? He would still kill them without a doubt. Boom! A large amount of life essence surged into Ling Han's body. These were 3 4th-tier heavenly venerates. Ling Han merely glanced at the 2 3rd tiers, and didn't make a move. He directly sat down cross-legged, and refined the life essence in his body. He didn't want to make another move. The life essence of 3 4th tiers was already enough to make him feel slightly stuffed, and 2 more 3rd tiers would definitely make it even more unbearable. However, the Empress and Hunyo would not let the two of them go. They both dashed out, throwing punches and kicks at the same time. The 2 3rd tiers were practically scared to death. Just now, there were 3 4th tiers, yet they were all dealt with by Ling Han with 3 consecutive punches, 1 each. What kind of terrifying power was this? Seeing the Empress and Hunyo charging over, how could they still have any thoughts of fighting? They hurriedly fled. However, just what kind of strength did the Empress and Hunyo possess? In a battle of equal cultivation level, it was easy for heavenly venerates to escape, but Hunyo was a 4th tier. How could these two easily escape? After one person was stopped by Hunyo, the Empress immediately rushed up to fight, while Hunyo chased after the other person. The two women's teamwork could be considered perfect and tacit. With just this little bit of delay, the other 3rd tier had already fled without a trace. He escaped, Hunyo said in slight disappointment. Turning around, she joined forces with the Empress to suppress the other 3rd tier. Even if it was just the Empress, that 3rd tier was no match for her, so how could he possibly be a match for the combined might of the two women? Very quickly, he was blasted into smithereens. Ling Han grunted. Even if he hadn't killed this third tier with his own hands, the life essence of this third tier was similarly drawn to him, surging into his body and turning into nutrition for him. He had already eaten enough. Another third tier would naturally make him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he had already refined a few great herbs previously, and with the life essence of these 4 heavenly venerates, he should be able to break through. Come. The powers of dimension in his body were all channeled at the same time, crushing the life essence like a millstone and turning it into particles that nourished the powers of dimension in every cell of his body. The life essence of the 4 heavenly venerates was incomparably powerful, but after being divided among so many powers of dimension, it was actually not much. It could only allow Ling Han's cultivation level to advance by a little bit, but he had originally only been a little bit away. He was at the peak of 2nd tier, the true pinnacle. Ling Han began to break through to the 3rd tier. Actually, breaking through to the 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and 4th tier wasn't difficult at all. What was needed was only one thing, and that was to communicate with another fundamental power of the Genesis world, and use it to temper and strengthen oneself. There was a huge difference between one more and one less. Ling Han had already mastered the void particle. Now, he had to communicate with one of these fundamental powers: mesotron particle, receive particle, rainbow particle, constant particle, or quark particle. There was no difference between the 6 types of energy, but an additional power to form a combination would produce completely different might. Theoretically speaking, although the void was filled with 6 types of fundamental particles, they were too violent, and would form energy storms at the drop of a hat. Even heavenly venerates would avoid them, so how could they possibly communicate? However, this place was different. After all, it was a dimension. Although it had long since died, the environment wasn't that violent, after all. Though the friction and collision of the fundamental particles here had turned into terrifying flames that could easily burn even a 9th heaven. Ling Han continued to experiment. There was only one type of fundamental power in his body, and it was not too repulsive to other fundamental powers. Breaking through should not be too difficult. "Husband, let's leave this place first," the Empress said. They had killed Fei Bai Pig, as well as 2 other 4th tiers and 1 3rd tier. It would be strange if Fei Bai Pig's father could endure this. He would definitely attack them soon. Ling Han nodded. Breaking through wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time, so he'd better find another place to take his time. He grabbed the 2 women and took a step forward, instantly leaving an endless distance behind him. After running far enough, Ling Han released the 2 women, and he continued to charge towards the 3rd tier. To his surprise, this breakthrough was extremely slow. 100 million years had passed, but there was still no movement. It was as if the other 5 fundamental powers despised him, and didn't communicate with him at all. The Empress and Hunyo were already impatient from the long wait. They were searching here. Now was a great opportunity to obtain raw stones. If they missed this period of time, a large number of people would flood in, and another intense fight would be inevitable. In fact, there were already people heading underground. Since a 3rd dimension had appeared, it was possible for a 4th, 5th, and 100th dimension to appear. Ling Han forgot everything. He was comprehending Tao in this world, and his divine sense spread out like a vast ocean. Even though his cultivation level hadn't increased in recent years, his battle prowess had been constantly rising. Why was this so? He indeed didn't sense a 2nd fundamental particle, but each cell was equivalent to an individual dimension that could grow continuously. There was no end to this growth. Even if he harvested the power of dimension from a low-level dimension, it wasn't impossible for it to become a transcendent dimension in the future after his nurturing. However, the energy required to do so would definitely be extremely terrifying. Perhaps he would never see the day it happened, because even if he emptied the entire Genesis world, there wouldn't be enough energy. However, it was not completely impossible, because there was still the existence of the void. There was no matter there, and all it contained were fundamental particles. There was an endless amount of them, and perhaps they could support Ling Han's growth until he reached his limits. After 100 million years, his powers of dimension had naturally improved significantly. Thus, even though he hadn't broken through yet, he wasn't worried. After all, his efforts weren't in vain. 200 million years, 300 million years, 500 million years. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1 billion years had passed. Ling Han finally sensed another fundamental power, the constant particle. However, sensing it was one thing. Whether or not he could guide it over and use it for himself was another matter. Another 300 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Han finally extracted the constant particle energy. For the first time, it flowed through his body, showing that he had officially stepped into the third tier. He couldn't help but feel rueful. Those like Lin Youlian and Xin Qihu had only used 1 billion years to step into the fourth tier, but he had spent more than 1 billion years just to break through to the third tier. They really couldn't be compared. However, he wasn't dissatisfied in the slightest, because while his advancement was slow, his battle prowess was simply too strong. Chapter 2890, 2890 Desiring to test battle prowess. 2890 Desiring to test battle prowess. Ling Han's progress was slow, but that depended on whom he was being compared with. How many people were capable of breaking through to the third tier in just 1 billion years? In terms of natural talent in cultivation, Ling Han admitted that he was not the best, but his opportunities and fortunes had surpassed anyone's. For example, could there be a second person who could accommodate the powers of dimension of the whole Genesis world inside his body? With high natural talent, their progress was slightly faster. However, even when it came to the likes of Lin Youlian, the greatest prodigy of all eternity, wasn't she still stuck at the fourth tier? Moreover, even if they could cross over to the next threshold now, the sixth tier and seventh tier were both huge hurdles, and the time required would be even longer. Furthermore, the seventh tier was the end of the line. If Ling Han could also cross over to the seventh tier, who could rival him? Perhaps he would already be invincible upon reaching the sixth tier. After breaking through to the third tier, heavenly tribulation naturally descended on Ling Han, but he ignored it. This little barrage couldn't even be considered as a massage for him. He guided the constant particles, continuously tempering his body with them from within, and strengthening his cultivation of the third tier. Otherwise, having just broken through, it would be impossible to increase his battle prowess. Ling Han took out the single remaining great herb, and swallowed it all in a few mouthfuls. He had just broken through, and needed the great herb to build his foundations. Even with the help of a great herb, Ling Han still spent another 100 million years to completely stabilize his cultivation level at the third tier. It couldn't be helped. He had too many powers of dimension in his body. A great herb was simply a drop in the bucket. At the same time, when he advanced to the third tier, a heavenly venerable seal appeared within his body automatically. It was still incomplete, but the power boost had shockingly reached more than 40 times. If it was complete, how many times could power be enhanced? While stabilizing his cultivation level, Ling Han was also repairing this seal. There were millions and millions of powers of dimension circulating within his body, which actually gave rise to a miraculous effect, nourishing this seal and making it more complete. The power of dimension actually has such an effect? Ling Han was puzzled at first, but then came to a sudden realization. He himself was an equivalent of the Genesis world, so why couldn't he nurture the heavenly venerable seals? A complete third-tier seal was a fourth-grade seal, which would give a boost of power by a total of 64 times. What level has my current battle prowess reached? Ling Han muttered to himself. Can I surpass the fifth tier? If it was possible, then he was truly too terrifying. Fifth tier would completely crush fourth tier, and the gap between these two cultivation levels was simply too great. Moreover, Ling Han was now only in the early stage of the 3rd tier. If he possessed the battle prowess of a 5th tier, then that would truly be incredible. Take the Empress for example. The higher her cultivation level, the weaker her battle prowess. For example, she was currently in the early stage of the 3rd tier, but her battle prowess was only at the peak stage of the 3rd tier, yet to even break through to the 4th tier. It was different with Ling Han. The powers of dimension in his body were all alive, and their growth rate was too terrifying. I really want to find someone to spar with. Ling Han stood up and took a step forward, chasing after the Empress and Hunyo. He had left his power of dimension on the 2 women. As long as he sensed them, he would be able to find them no matter how far away they were. To his surprise, the 2 women were no longer on this level. Instead, they had gone further downward again. He didn't stay here for long, and followed them underground. Deep underground, he immediately discovered that the fundamental particles here were even denser. The pressure of the dimensional layers seemed to create a huge pressure, causing the fundamental particles to become extremely packed. Here, the collision of fundamental particles was undoubtedly even more intense. Terrifying flames spread everywhere. To say nothing of 9th heaven celestial kings, even 1st-tier heavenly venerates didn't dare to force their way in, or else they would be easily incinerated. If there were still a few more dimensions overlapped, would anyone be able to go there? With this thought in mind, Ling Han easily charged through. With his current battle prowess of the 5th tier, this was naturally not a big deal for him. Soon, he broke through the ground layer, and entered the 4th dimension. He followed the tracks of the 2 women. A few days later, his figure landed. The Empress and Hunyo were currently together with many other people. He had no idea what they were talking about, but the atmosphere seemed to be extremely tense. Ling Han immediately said, "Is there going to be a fight?" "That's great." The Empress couldn't help but be rendered speechless. Why did this guy only think about fighting all day long? Hunyo, on the other hand, said, "No, we were just discussing whether we should enter a cave, not planning to get into a fight." Ling Han couldn't help but feel disappointed. Oh, so there's no fight. He still wanted to fight against a 5th tier in order to test his battle prowess. However, even if there was a conflict here, there wasn't any 5th tier to battle with, those here were all 4th tiers. With Ling Han's presence, the Empress and Hunyo naturally became bolder. They strongly advocated entering the cave for exploration. Some chose to retreat, while others chose to enter. In the end, they discovered an astonishingly valuable raw stone mine in the cave. Everyone who entered made a fortune. Ling Han had the special ability to see stones, so the 3 of them naturally earned the most. There were nearly 30 great herbs and 7 heavenly venerable seals, which made the 3 of them very happy. They left in search of new veins of ore. It was truly interesting. In the past, when Ling Han was still at 2nd tier and did not want to encounter any 5th tier, he would always meet such an elite, or at least meet a descendant of a 5th tier, and both sides would inevitably become enemies. However, now that he wasn't afraid of 5th tier, and was in fact wanting to find one to fight with, all the 5th tier elites seemed to have disappeared in an instant. It wasn't just them, even their descendants seemed to have all vanished. This made Ling Han extremely depressed, and even his spirit became sluggish. Several years later, they found a new vein of ore. Just as they were mining it, a group of people appeared. "This place belongs to us now. If you don't want to die, scram." There were a total of 12 people in this group, and all of them were heavenly venerates. Those who could appear here now were at least 2nd tiers, as it was already impossible for 1st tiers to come here. Hearing this, Ling Han was not angry, but delighted instead. He sized up these 12 people, but was greatly disappointed because all these 12 people were actually only at the 2nd tier. He held on to a sliver of hope, and said, "Looking at how arrogant all of you are, is there a 5th tier senior backing you?" The 12 people on the other side looked at each other. What was going on? Was this guy so scared that he directly asked about their background? These people laughed loudly. As long as one could become a heavenly venerates, which one wasn't a naturally talented genius, proud to the core? Who would be like this, cowering in an instant? Now that you know we're not to be trifled with, hurry up and scram, these people all shouted at Ling Han. Ling Han broke into a smile, and charged forwards to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks. Pung, pung, pung. What sort of strength did he possess? After a series of chaotic attacks, the 12 people all let out blood-curdling screams. Their limbs were broken, and they were in an extremely miserable state. These people were both shocked and furious. Ling Han laughed out loud, and said, "Quickly go back and call your lord over. I'll wait here." Those people were both furious and shocked. Wasn't this guy a coward? Why did he suddenly become so fierce? However, they knew that they were far from being Ling Han's match, so they all fled quickly, afraid that they would be blasted into pieces by Ling Han if they said another word. Watching these 12 people leave, Ling Han rubbed his hands together, appearing rather excited. "Is that necessary?" the Empress asked with a knowing smile. Ling Han smiled, and said, "I have nothing better to do anyway." Although he said that, the anticipation in his eyes had already betrayed him. After almost a day, Ling Han finally saw the return of those 12 people. His gaze swept over them, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of disappointment. Although these 12 people had brought reinforcements consisting of 5 people, these 5 people were all merely 4th tiers. What happened to the 5th tier he was expecting? Chapter 2891, 2891 Chapter 2893 White Flames Heavenly Venerate. 2891 Chapter 2893 White Flames Heavenly Venerate. Ling Han glanced around the surroundings. The promised 5th tier was nowhere to be seen, but he did see someone else. The White Flames Heavenly Venerate. Back when Ling Han had obtained the 9th seal in the overlapping space of Realm Battlefield, he had had to escape to Ling City soon after, as the dimension had immediately crumbled. However, he had been quickly surrounded and hunted down by a group of heavenly venerates, one of whom had been the White Flames Heavenly Venerate. Back then, Ling Han had simply said one thing: "I'll remember you." However, Ling Han had been only at the 1st tier at the time, and couldn't have competed with someone at the 4th tier. Once he had reached the 2nd tier, given the vastness of the world, he had had trouble locating the White Flames Heavenly Venerate. Not to mention, he had had so much going on that he had completely forgotten about the matter. He had never thought that he would bump into the White Flames Heavenly Venerate here. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. "I've been waiting for you all. However, all of you are only 4th tiers. That's not nearly enough for me to be satisfied." "Insolent boy," remarked an old man in red robes. As a 4th tier, he didn't think a 3rd tier was worth his attention. Naturally, he assumed that Ling Han was simply courting death. It's little wonder that he would be so brash, seeing as there's a 4th tier backing him up," said another youth in purple robes. While his appearance was young, he had actually lived countless epochs, and was also at the 4th tier. As he said that, he looked towards Hunyo. As a heavenly venerate of the same level, he could tell the latter's cultivation at a glance. The White Flames Heavenly Venerate was more cautious, however, and said, "Everyone, don't underestimate this youngster. He's Ling Han." "Ling Han?" The rest of the 4th tier heavenly venerates revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that they had heard of this name before. The purple-robed 4th tier clasped his hands suddenly, and said, "Is he that Ling Han? The kid who set a new record in the realm battlefield?" At the time, Ling Han had been merely at the 1st tier. Naturally, he seemed like a child to him. The rest of them were equally astonished. It had only been a few million years, and for one to rise from first tier to third tier in that short amount of time was simply too shocking of a growth speed. They soon started having second thoughts. Was it worth it to court the resentment of a rising star with limitless potential for the sake of a single vein of ore? Even if they could suppress Ling Han now, what about 10 million or even 100 million years later? Once Ling Han became a fifth tier, wouldn't their positions be completely reversed? Fortunately for them, it was highly difficult for a fourth tier to break through to the fifth tier. Even people like Lin Youlian and Xin Qihu were still stuck in the fourth tier after spending over an epoch trying. This proved how difficult it was to cross that gap. If the three greatest prodigies had it so tough, then what more of Ling Han? How could he possibly compare to them? As such, they were simply considering if they should be courteous towards this future powerhouse. They still believed that they had the upper hand, and could make the first move. Ling Han, your performance in the realm battlefield was astounding. On account of this, we are willing to let you have this or vein, said the red-robed fourth tier. He then continued, however, these youngsters were all beaten up by you. We'll let this matter go if you apologize. In his eyes, this was being more than courteous enough towards Ling Han, and it was merely on account of his potential growth. Had it been any other third tier, he would have suppressed them long ago, and would not have been so polite. Ling Han smiled. First off, we found this or vein to begin with, and we're already in the midst of mining it. What you're doing is robbery. Where did you get the idea that you were letting me have it? Secondly, those people insulted us, so I was simply teaching them a lesson. They're lucky enough I didn't kill them. The purple-robed fourth tier glared. So you don't want to apologize then? Ling Han paid him no heed. He turned to look at the white flame's heavenly Venerate, and said, Little White, I remember I told you before that I'd come find you, didn't I? Little White? The white flame's heavenly Venerate couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he felt an urge to fight. However, he knew what a monster Ling Han was, being able to fight third tiers back when he had been at the first tier. Even though it was less likely to be able to fight against someone on a higher level the more one's strength increased, this kid should still be able to fight fourth tiers as a third tier. Hence, he suppressed his impulse as he wasn't entirely sure he could win against Ling Han one-on-one. He needed to get the rest to band together with him at least. The white flame smiled. I've seen plenty of small fry like you. How could I possibly remember everything they say? Previously, he hadn't thought Ling Han would have amounted to anything at all. Little had he expected that Ling Han would have progressed to the third tier and become an existence that could threaten him within a mere few million years. Ling Han laughed. Then let's clear our old debts today. Young man, you are too cocky, scoffed a blue-robed fourth tier. He was completely annoyed by Ling Han's behavior. Within Heavenly Venerable tier, hierarchy was extremely strict. No one would be as arrogant as Ling Han. He was right. As long as one was a Heavenly Venerate, one stood at the pinnacle of the realm. Even if a first tier were to meet a seventh tier, all they needed to do was cup their hands and greet respectfully. However, this was no indication that a first tier would be able to act cocky in front of a seventh tier. As such, Ling Han's cocky attitude had ignited a fury in all of them. He was merely a third tier. Ling Han raised his shoulders, and said, Cocky, am I? That's just because I have the strength to back it up. The purple-robed fourth tier was utterly speechless. Where did this brat get the audacity to speak such insolent things? It seems a peaceful resolution is out of the picture, the white flame's heavenly Venerate said coldly. He was not surprised at this turn of events. Back when Ling Han had still been a first tier, he had been just as arrogant in front of an even larger number of fourth tiers. As such, the white flames didn't find it strange that things would turn out like this. Ling Han, don't waste your breath on them. Let's fight. Hunyo chimed in, being the battle maniac that she was. She opened her little mouth to reveal two sharp canines. Ling Han looked towards the White Flame's heavenly Venerate and said, "Little White, are you brave enough to fight me? I won't be too hard on you. I'll use only one hand." To a heavenly Venerate, there was no difference between using both hands or a single finger. However, Ling Han's words were clearly meant to provoke, and the White Flame's heavenly Venerate's expression quickly turned dark. No matter how much of a monster Ling Han was, the mere act of a third tier mocking him made him very upset. "Humph, let me teach you some manners." The purple-robed fourth tier struck out and tried to suppress Ling Han. To him, Ling Han was nothing but a mere third tier. No matter how legendary the rumors made him out to be, there was no way he could compete against a fourth tier. Ling Han shook his head, and then waved his left hand towards the purple-robed fourth tier. Pang! A loud noise resounded, and the surrounding mountains crumbled one after another. Even the skies were quaking under the terrifying force. The purple-robed fourth tier couldn't stop himself from falling backwards, finally coming to a halt after a dozen steps. However, to a heavenly Venerate, a simple step was sufficient to cross a considerable distance, and the purple-robed fourth tier soon vanished from sight. Coming back as quickly as he had retreated, the purple-robed fourth tier soon reappeared using a few steps. He was shocked to see that Ling Han had not moved a single inch. It was as though their roles were reversed, and Ling Han was the fourth tier. Chapter 2892, 2892 You know Young Master Fei? 2892 You know Young Master Fei? Even the White Flame's heavenly Venerate didn't expect such an outcome, and turned pale with shock. In a battle of a third tier against fourth tier, Ling Han actually still gained the upper hand? They had to be seeing things. The purple-robed fourth tier took a deep breath. "So you're freakish to this extent? Not bad, not bad. Previously, it was indeed our juniors who were blind and only asking to be humiliated." Ling Han possessed the battle prowess of a fourth tier, which meant that he was a fourth tier heavenly Venerate. If a third tier was disrespectful towards him, he would have deserved a beating. Just like how Ling Han was disrespectful to him just now, and how he hadn't even hesitated to suppress him. However, it would be less easy to resolve the matter now, he said calmly, but his tone was filled with killing intent. How could he endure public humiliation like this, as if a fourth tier like him was actually no match for a third tier? Wang, a blurry seal appeared on his forehead. His entire body also emitted a silver glow, and his aura surged. With the enhancement of the heavenly venerable seal, his battle prowess instantly increased by more than 10 times. It was an 8th grade seal. Although it was only an 8th grade seal, heavenly venerable seals were rare, and most of the heavenly venerable seals contained in raw stones were of the 9th grade. As such, 8th grade seals were very, very extraordinary. He roared again. The spot between his brows split open, and a precious tower flew out. It had a total of 18 levels, and every level seemed like crystal, emanating the air of primal chaos. With a loud roar, he controlled the precious tower to make it descend down towards Ling Han. The precious tower spun gently and enlarged continuously. As the air of primal chaos descended, it seemed to be even heavier than a whole dimension. This was not impossible, because it had been forged by a fourth tier, so it was definitely no difficult task for it to destroy a low-level dimension with a single strike. Ling Han smiled faintly, and pointed a finger. Pang! He was so nonchalant, but the purple-robed fourth tier's precious tower immediately flew backwards, and his entire body was knocked back. This time, everyone's expression didn't change. Instead, they were shocked to the core. Not only did the purple-robed fourth tier use a heavenly venerable seal, but he also took out a heavenly venerate tool, and activated it with a secret technique. It could be said that he had fully unleashed his abilities. But how did Ling Han respond? He had only casually pointed out a finger, and the purple-robed 4th tier's precious tool had already flown out of his hands, and his body had been sent flying. What kind of enormous difference in strength was this? If Ling Han had been in the 4th tier, and the purple-robed man was in the 3rd tier, this result would have been acceptable to everyone. Are you still continuing? Ling Han said to the purple-robed 4th tier. The latter had already run back for the 2nd time. Ling Han had shown mercy. He had only sent the other party flying, but had not seriously injured him. The purple-robed 4th tier gritted his teeth, but he couldn't say anything. What could he say? A 4th tier couldn't even crush a 3rd tier, yet he was easily defeated when he went all out. How could he still have the face to say anything? However, he was still defiant. He felt that there was a limit to how much stronger Ling Han was compared to him. After all, he had not been injured either time. Most importantly, Ling Han's attitude was too displeasing. It was as if Purple Robe wasn't a heavenly Venerate, but just a random passerby. Young man, you are indeed freakish, and your battle prowess is astonishing. The blue-robed 4th tier stepped forward. However, being overly hard would make it easy to break. You are too arrogant, and it is unavoidable that you will offend many people. Moreover, have you heard of a saying? He paused for a moment. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands won. Ling Han laughed loudly, and wagged his finger. I've only heard of this saying, a lion enters a flock of sheep too. In other words, you're a bunch of trash. No matter how many of you there are, it's useless. I can suppress all of you single-handedly. Being ridiculed by him in this manner, the 5 4th tiers, including the White Flame's heavenly Venerate, revealed extremely furious expressions. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Young man, it's not a good thing to be too flashy, the White Flame's heavenly Venerate said calmly. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. The 5 4th tiers all walked out together. Boom, they each channeled a heavenly venerable seal, and primal chaos chi poured out from their pores, and they transformed into 5 gods. Any one of them could suppress the heavens with a single hand. Ling Han didn't mind. His current target was already placed at the 5th tier. As for 4th tiers, to say nothing of 5, even 100 of them might not be enough. Die. The 5 heavenly Venerates attacked in unison, suppressing Ling Han. This was an incomparably terrifying power, enough to make any 4th tier's expression change and force them to retreat. Ling Han stretched out his finger again, and casually pointed out. Peng, the 5 heavenly Venerates immediately scattered as if flowers, completely unable to withstand a single blow. Pa, pa, pa. The White Flame's heavenly Venerate and the others fell to the ground one after another. This time, Ling Han had used a lot of strength, causing all of them to cough up blood continuously. Those 3rd tiers and 2nd tiers all opened their mouths wide, and their eyes widened. How was this possible? How could they believe this? 5 4th tier elites were crushed like dried weeds, as if their opponent was not a 3rd tier elite, but a 5th tier elite. 5th tier. They looked at Ling Han, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that this person had tier-surpassing battle prowess of 2 cultivation levels? However, advancing from the 4th tier to the 5th tier was a huge leap. There were very few people in the world who possessed 5th tier battle prowess at 4th tier, not to mention that Ling Han was only a 3rd tier. Monster, an absolute monster. Ling Han looked at the White Flame's heavenly Venerate. I told you that I would remember you. One day, I'd settle scores with you, right? The White Flame's heavenly Venerate's heart was in utter despair. This freakish person was definitely not human. He could possess the power of 5th tier at 3rd tier. He said dejectedly, that's right. All right. Ling Han threw a punch. Peng, the White Flame's heavenly Venerate was immediately blasted apart. Back then, the other man had charged to their doors, wanting to kill Ling Han and extract the heavenly venerable seals from him, and did not give him a way out either. What right did he have now to ask Ling Han to show mercy? Naturally, Ling Han had to kill him. Ling Han then looked at the other 4 fourth tiers. As his gaze swept over them, their bodies trembled involuntarily. "Sir, we are from the Xuanwu Alliance," the purple-robed 4th tier said. At this time, he could only use his background to intimidate and scare Ling Han. Xuanwu Alliance? Ling Han was astounded. Previously, it was he who had killed members of the Xuanwu Alliance, which meant that he did not even manage to participate in the fight for the last most valuable vein of ore. He could only retreat and find a place to enter into seclusion for his breakthrough. Unexpectedly, as the saying went, destiny will make enemies meet, they met people from the Xuanwu Alliance here. The Xuanwu Alliance was a 5th-tier force. Although it was still slightly inferior to a 6th-tier force, there were only about 100 6th-tier forces in the world, and a 5th-tier force was already quite strong. Seeing that Ling Han was hesitating, the purple-robed 4th tier and the others all revealed excited expressions, seeing a glimmer of hope. Ling Han chuckled, and said, "What rank is Fei Baiju's father in the Xuanwu Alliance?" "Lord Fei Wu." The purple-robed 4th tier was stunned. He did not expect Ling Han to actually mention Fei Baiju and his old man, but the hope in his heart became even stronger. It would be even better if the two of them had a friendship. It was Lord Fei Wu and Lord Qi Xian who established the Xuanwu Alliance together, and he is one of the 2 alliance leaders. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, do you know Young Master Fei?" He didn't dare to say that Fei Baiju was already dead, as he was afraid that Ling Han wouldn't admit this friendship because of this. "I know him, of course I know him," Ling Han said with a smile. "I killed him with my own hands, so how could I not know him?" "You really like to joke." "Pooh." The purple-robed 4th tier and the others all spluttered. Chapter 2893 Waiting for Trash. 2893 Waiting for Trash. Ling Han nodded, and said, "My cultivation level is increasing, so it's inevitable that I'll have to fight against such an elite." "Why don't we fight now?" "Are you confident?" the Empress asked again. Ling Han nodded. He, since Ling Han said he's confident, then he definitely is. Hunyo said laughingly. The 3 of them continued to mine. With a cheat-like grandmaster of raw stone like Ling Han around, their mining speed was astonishingly fast. However, this ore vein specialized in producing great herbs, and not a single heavenly venerable seal could be found, causing Ling Han to feel extremely disappointed. Great herbs aren't bad either. They can help you improve your cultivation level without falling behind, the Empress consoled him. Ling Han nodded. After he advanced to the 3rd tier, even the life essence of a 4th tier elite was not enough for him. He would absorb it all in a few breaths. If he wanted to feel bloated like before, he would definitely need a 5th tier. However, the raw stones here are almost all mined. Why isn't that trash here yet? Is he really such trash? Another 10 days passed, and the ore vein was completely mined. Ling Han decided to wait for another 10 days for Fei Wu. If Fei Wu still did not come, then he could not be bothered to wait any longer. In any case, there would come a time when they would meet again in the future, and Fei Wu was not the only 5th tier in the world. However, only 7 days later, Fei Wu arrived. An extremely terrifying aura enveloped Ling Han, instantly causing him to come to his senses. He felt as if he was facing Xin Qihu. However, he was no longer the 2nd tier of the past, and his current battle prowess could completely rival that of a 5th tier. "I'm here." A leisurely voice rang out. Boom. Even though the voice clearly wasn't loud, the mountains collapsed one after another, and the entire mountain range was flattened in an instant. Of course, heavenly venerates would have this kind of divine might, but, generally speaking, heavenly venerates would control it as there was no need to cause great destruction. This would cause them to be easily targeted by the heaven and earth, and should the collective power of the entire dimension be used to suppress them, even a 7th tier would also suffer. However, this was the void. The dimension had died long ago, so they naturally weren't afraid of being targeted. Furthermore, this person was probably filled with anger as well. Ling Han floated up with a smile, hands behind his back, and said, "So trash is here? You won't benefit at all from being glib-tongued in front of me." A figure appeared. He was extremely short, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a little boy who was only 5 or 6 bu tall. However, he was bearing an extremely mature expression. Ling Han was astounded. "I say, trash, you merely have a terrible name, but there's no need to reform your already grown body, right?" That little boy instantly revealed a furious expression. He was Fei Wu, a dignified 5th-tier heavenly venerate. The reason why he had turned into a little boy was because of a secret technique he had created himself. He continuously repeated the process of being born, growing up, and dying of old age to comprehend his Tao. However, Ling Han was too wicked, actually making fun of his name. "Brother Fei, there's no need to lower yourself to the level of a mere 3rd tier." Another voice rang out, and a slender man appeared by Fei Wu's side. He was handsome and energetic, and whether it was in terms of appearance or bearing, there were no negative points to speak of. This was the other alliance leader of the Xuanwu alliance, Qi Xian. He was also a 5th-tier heavenly venerate. Ling Han looked at him, and said, "Sissy, what are you talking about?" Qi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Sissy? He was a little handsome, but he had nothing to do with being a sissy, okay? How could this brat speak so carelessly, and attack so powerfully with his tongue? He's just sharp-tongued. Don't mind him, just suppress him. Fei Wu said. His feet moved, and he was already closing in on Ling Han. He stretched out a hand, and it transformed into a huge mountain. There were seals radiating with light, and there were phenomena of sun, moon, and stars, as if he was opening up a new world. 5th-tier elites were indeed extraordinary, as if they could create a world with a single thought. "Suppress your sister." Ling Han roared, and took the initiative to counter the attack. Pung! 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 The battle between the two great elites was incomparably intense. Qi Xian couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise, because while Fei Wu had the upper hand, Ling Han wasn't much inferior. He was definitely capable of fighting back. One had to know that Fei Wu was at the middle stage of 5th tier, only slightly inferior to Qi Xian. Of course, if this continued, there would come a day when Fei Wu would be able to win, but who knew how long that would take? Furthermore, Ling Han could completely escape at any time. With battle prowess on the same level, it would be easy for either of them to leave. Chapter 2894, 2894 Fighting 5th Tier. 2894 Fighting 5th Tier. Boom, this punch was incomparably terrifying. Ling Han's figure flashed, dodging this attack, and he calmly said, "In a battle of 5th tier against 3rd tier, you still want to join forces? You have no respect for your elders." "I just want to teach you a lesson," Qi Xian said nonchalantly. At his level, he no longer cared about what others said. Of course, Ling Han's mouth was especially vicious, and that was another matter. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "Seeing the two of you appear together, I guessed that you would definitely join forces with your shamelessness. Otherwise, why would you have come?" Qi Xian paid Ling Han no regard at all. He threw another punch. "Ling Han, why don't you dare to face it head-on?" Fei Wu also flew over and attacked with all his might. "Weren't you very arrogant?" Ling Han was also a little speechless, and said, "The two of you, both 5th tiers, joined forces to attack me, and you still want me to face you head-on? Although I've already expected your shamelessness, I still didn't expect you to be shameless to this extent. The two great 5th-tier heavenly venerates acted as if they hadn't heard anything. No matter what Ling Han said, as long as they killed him, he naturally would become quiet. However, to kill me, do you guys think that is possible? Ling Han asked calmly. The answer to his question came in the form of violent attacks unleashed by two great heavenly venerates. Ling Han let out a long cry, and the heavenly venerable sea he had used before immediately dimmed. Replacing it was the only first-grade seal he had mastered. Instantly, his battle prowess increased by more than 40 times. Pang, pang, pang. He sent Fei Wu and Qi Xian flying with 3 punches and 2 kicks. In terms of power, he absolutely suppressed them. This time, Fei Wu's and Qi Xian's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. In the face of such power, they were like children who were facing an adult. They were completely powerless. What kind of heavenly venerable seal is this? It can actually produce such a terrifying enhancement of power, they both asked with trembling voices. It increased by at least 70 times. No, it should have reached 80 times. This is a first-grade seal. Their eyes lit up in surprise and delight. Chapter 2895 Killing Fei Wu. 2895 Killing Fei Wu. First-grade seal. Heavenly venerable seals were rare, and only the more widely known had appeared in the world. Otherwise, when Ling Han had obtained a 7th-grade heavenly venerable seal in the realm battlefield, it would have been impossible for so many heavenly venerate to come knocking on his door to demand it. One could imagine how astonishing a first-grade seal was. It would greatly increase the strength of a heavenly venerate. To say nothing of the fact that a 5th-tier heavenly venerate would go crazy over it, even a 7th tier would be envious. A junior like you can really give people a surprise, Qi Xian said with a smile. In his opinion, even if Ling Han possessed a first-grade seal, it would not be enough to strike fear in him, because if he and Fei Wu joined forces, they could completely stop Ling Han. At most, they would only be at a disadvantage. Worse came to worst, they would definitely be able to endure it for 2 hours. He didn't believe that Ling Han still had a second first-grade heavenly venerable seal. Oh? Ling Han smiled faintly. Surprise? I thought you were going to say shock. You can't even imagine the trials and tribulations I've gone through in my life. Do you think you can scare me with just this? Qi Xian said coldly, appearing extremely disdainful. He was a supreme elite of the 5th tier. Which of those who could reach this level wasn't a supreme elite of the world? Fei Wu stood at the sidelines, and didn't rush him. Ling Han was still channeling this first-grade seal, so they were naturally happy for Ling Han to exhaust the energy of this seal for nothing. It would be best if they could stall for 2 hours like this. Then, he and Qi Xian would be able to easily take Ling Han's head, and it was not just a single heavenly venerable seal they would obtain from him. At this moment, he was already thinking about how he could snatch that first-grade seal. It was too precious. Ling Han was not in a hurry, either. The first-grade seal was his trump card? Wrong. Qi Xian actually dared to say that it was a surprise? He would let the other party know that this was definitely a shock and a nightmare. He stopped channeling the heavenly venerable seal in his body. They wanted him to waste the power for nothing? He wasn't stupid. Seeing this, Qi Xian and Fei Wu both frowned. It seemed that they could only fight and force Ling Han to use all of his ultimate moves. After exhausting this first-grade seal, Ling Han finally could only be at their mercy. The two of them originally had their own intentions, thinking about how they could obtain that first-grade seal after Ling Han's death. However, they had yet to deal with Ling Han, so it was still too early to think about these things. Take this brat down. All right. The two of them set aside their petty schemes, and charged towards Ling Han. They channeled their heavenly venerable seals, and unleashed all their secret techniques, attacking Ling Han without holding anything back. Ling Han let out a long cry, and once again channeled that first-grade seal, clashing with the two fifth-tier elites. Pung, pung, pung. His strength was invincible. Qi Xian and Fei Wu were like paper figurines in front of him. They were sent flying by his casual punches and kicks. Soon, they were covered in wounds. If this had been any other opponent, they would definitely have already retreated. If they continued to be injured like this, it might affect their foundations and affect their future advancement to a higher cultivation level. But now, they couldn't retreat. Ling Han was only a third tier. Furthermore, the heavenly venerable seal was only effective for a limited time. As long as they could endure Ling Han's wave of dominance, it would be their turn to display their might. With such thoughts in mind, they gritted their teeth and persevered. A first-grade seal was definitely worth the risk. Ling Han naturally knew what they were thinking. Unfortunately, these two people didn't know that Ling Han was already leading them around by the nose. The two elites held on with all their might. Finally, 2 hours had passed. The seal on Ling Han's body quickly dimmed. The energy release had ended, and it could no longer be used. Brat, your death is here. Qi Xian and Fei Wu both channeled another 6th-grade seal. Their battle prowess was almost unaffected. Ha ha ha, they finally made it to this moment. Ling Han smiled calmly, and said, "You guys are celebrating too early. You still don't know who the prey is, do you? Are you trying to say that you still have other trump cards?" Qi Xian said disdainfully. "Don't tell me you have a second first-grade seal?" Fei Wu also laughed. "Open your eyes wide and watch." Ling Han let out a long cry. Wang, 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 densely packed seals flashed out of his body, and there were at least 100 of them. Qi Xian and Fei Wu were both shocked. They had not expected Ling Han to actually have mastered so many heavenly venerable seals. However, what was the use of having so many? They were not combination seals, so how much power could they unleash? You are just bluff. Pung. Before Fei Wu could finish speaking, he had already been struck by Ling Han's fist. He raised his fist to meet it, but his arm exploded upon contact with this force. The remaining force did not dissipate, and a hole was instantly blasted into his chest. The cold smile on Qi Xian's face immediately disappeared. What a terrifying power! A single punch had broken through Fei Wu's defense and penetrated through his body. The late stage of the 5th tier? Or the peak stage? Ling Han took advantage of his victory to follow up with another series of fists of fury towards Fei Wu. Qi Xian hurriedly made his move, wanting to exert pressure for Ling Han so that Fei Wu could catch his breath. However, Ling Han didn't even turn around. With a single punch, Qi Xian was sent flying. All the bones in his body were creaking, and he couldn't stop trembling for a long time, as if he was about to shatter. On the other side, the pressure on Fei Wu was even greater. Ling Han had already closed the distance between them completely, and his fists were firing down on Fei Wu, forcing the latter to raise his hands to block. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, Ling Han's strength was simply too great. In just 2 or 3 punches, his other arm had also turned into a rain of blood. He gritted his teeth and forcibly regenerated his arms. At the level of heavenly venerable tier, even though one's strength was inconceivably powerful, and one's physique was also incomparably tough, one's self-healing ability was actually inferior to that of a celestial king. What was this about? Because heavenly venerates surpassed regulations, celestial medicine was completely ineffective for them. If they wanted to forcefully regrow their lost limbs, there was only one way: use their own blood essence to stimulate the growth. If a heavenly venerate expended a large amount of blood essence, they would also be severely injured. In serious cases, it wouldn't even be strange if their cultivation level dropped, forget trying to break through to a higher cultivation level. However, Fei Wu had no other choice. If he didn't regenerate his arms, his torso and mind would be the ones to be blown apart. If one died, everything would be for naught. Pang, 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 his arms continued to regenerate, and then to be continuously blown apart. This seemed to allow him to struggle at death's door, but Ling Han's strength was truly too terrifying. Not only did he shatter Fei Wu's arms, but the recoil also affected the latter's entire body. Soon, Fei Wu was vomiting blood repeatedly, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. Ling Han. Qi Xian charged over from a distance. He had been punched by Ling Han, and it was only now that he managed to suppress the boiling in his body and charge back. Ling Han ignored him, and his punches became more and more violent. Pang, 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 pang. Fei Wu finally couldn't keep up with his rhythm, and was blasted into bits. A 5th-tier elite had fallen. Qi Xian was already closing in. Upon seeing this, he turned around and left without hesitation. Chapter 2896, 2896 Drawing Fire. 2896 Drawing Fire. In terms of conventional battle prowess, Qi Xian believed that he could crush Ling Han. However, that could not hold up against the fact that Ling Han possessed astonishing combination seals. Those were too terrifying, and were enough to increase Ling Han's strength by more than 200 times. As a late-stage 5th tier, he could only concede defeat. Was it not clear that Fei Wu had already been blasted into bits by Ling Han's punch? If Qi Xian stubbornly continued to resist, he would only be blasted into pieces by Ling Han. However, if he didn't exhaust Ling Han's set of combination seals, wouldn't that mean that he would never be a match for Ling Han? Only by inviting at least 3 to 4 5th tiers to engage in consecutive battles against Ling Han would Ling Han's strength be beaten back to its original state after 2 hours. Qi Xian didn't believe that Ling Han could still possess a second set of combination seals. The problem was that if they forcefully faced off against the current Ling Han, then even a 5th tier would be blasted into smithereens. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for others? There was no such fool in the world. Qi Xian ran as fast as he could, but countless thoughts were already rushing through his mind. In the end, he decided to borrow the hand of another to kill Ling Han. Whether it was that first-grade seal or the even more shocking combination seals, he wanted them all. Ling Han didn't pursue Qi Xian for too long. The two of them could be considered to be of the same cultivation level now. Even if there was a disparity in strength, if one of them wanted to leave, the other person simply wouldn't be able to catch up. It was a bit of a pity, but Ling Han did not take it to heart. He had an invincible heart, and he would become stronger with every passing day. Now, he was no longer afraid of Qi Xian, and he certainly would not be in the future. Ling Han first refined Fei Wu's life essence. Although Fei Wu's name was trash, the life essence in his body was exuberant to the extreme and shockingly dense. Although he was only one person, it was enough to make Ling Han feel bloated. If he were to kill Qi Xian as well, he would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable. As expected of 5th tier, his body had been tempered by 4 types of fundamental powers. It was simply a super great herb. It took some time for Ling Han to completely refine all of this life essence. He stood up, and continued to search for new veins of ore with the Empress and Hunyo. Every once in a while, they would enter the celestial guest residence and meet with the other women. As a family, they naturally had to be together. In addition, Ling Han also worked hard to increase the number of people with the bloodline of the Ling clan, but even a freakish person like him couldn't rush such things. Tens of thousands to hundreds of millions of years had passed, yet none of the women's stomachs had swelled with pregnancy, making Hunyo cry out at the unfairness of it all. Nyo couldn't be bullied like this. This dimension encompassed other dimensions, and it was inevitable that every dimension would be slightly smaller than the previous one. There were differences even among high-level dimensions. Therefore, after hundreds of millions of years of digging, the veins of ore on this level were quickly dug clean. Everyone turned their attention to the fifth dimension. Indeed, this dimension existed, but the path downward was even more difficult. Under the intense pressure of the overlapping dimensions, the friction and collision of the fundamental particles had already reached an incomparably terrifying level, and even second tiers could not force their way in. Furthermore, there were even fewer veins of ore in the fifth dimension. However, the probability of producing heavenly venerable seals and great herbs was higher, and the profits here weren't any lower than in the previous 4 dimensions. Right at this moment, Ling Han heard a piece of news that was extremely disadvantageous to him. It was said that Ling Han had a first-grade seal and even a complete set of 9th-grade seals. When combined, it could erupt with more than 200 times the power. After Ling Han heard this news, his first thought was naturally that it was Qi Xian's doing. Right now, only Qi Xian knew of his big secret. Ling Han only had to think for a moment to know what Qi Xian was up to. This guy wanted to use others to exhaust Ling Han's chance to use the first-grade seal and combination seals. Then, he would take the opportunity to kill Ling Han and seize the heavenly venerable seals. This plan was quite clever. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was actually not reliable. Firstly, Ling Han was also at the 5th tier in terms of strength. Even if Qi Xian could gain an advantage in battle prowess, how could he stop Ling Han from escaping? Secondly, there were still 6th tiers in this world. If 6th tiers interfered, would there still be a share for Qi Xian? Of course, Ling Han would not be having a headache on Qi Xian's behalf. He knew that he was about to face the pursuit of many elites. Sure enough, several years later, the trio encountered a group of elites, and the latter directly attacked without saying a word. In the end, Ling Han killed them easily. Mere 4th tiers actually dared to attack him? Obviously, Qi Xian had only said that Ling Han possessed precious heavenly venerable seals, and had not told the truth that, in fact, Ling Han's battle prowess had even reached the 5th tier. If he really said that, then even 5th tier elites would naturally be wary of Ling Han, and it would be impossible for them to move easily. Wouldn't that just be paving the way for others? This was only the beginning. Following that, even more heavenly venerates came looking for Ling Han. Ling Han. A 5th tier elite appeared. He wore a black robe, and his entire body exuded a faint chill. Hand over the heavenly venerable seals yourself, and you can avoid death. Ling Han looked around, and asked, "You're alone?" The black-robed 5th tier couldn't help but be angered to laughter. To suppress a puny 3rd tier like you, how many 5th tiers does it take? Ling Han nodded very seriously, and said, "You're right. Looks like you don't intend to be honest and obedient." The black-robed 5th tier cultivator moved to suppress Ling Han. Pang! 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 Ling Han raised his fists to counterattack. He had only boosted himself with a 7th-grade seal, but it was enough to suppress his opponent. What? The black-robed 5th tier turned pale with fright. This was something he had not expected at all. Not only could a 3rd tier rival him, he could even in fact suppress him. He hurriedly channeled the heavenly venerable seals as well, and his battle prowess instantly shot up, moving to clash head-on with Ling Han. He was in the middle stage of the 5th tier, and his conventional battle prowess was slightly stronger than Ling Han's. Furthermore, he was channeling a 6th-grade seal, and the effect of his power enhancement far exceeded that of a 7th-grade seal. Naturally, he instantly reversed the disadvantage and suppressed Ling Han instead. "Do you think I don't have a high-level heavenly venerable seal?" he said coldly, appearing very disdainful. "Is that so?" Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. The 1st-grade seal was already activated. Comparing heavenly venerable seals with me, are you stupid? When the first-grade seal appeared, it boosted Ling Han's strength by 80 times, so he naturally had the upper hand again. The black-robed 5th tier couldn't help but be speechless. That's right, didn't he run over to look for Ling Han because the latter had mastered a first-grade seal and those even more terrifying combination seals? Now, he was actually competing with him in heavenly venerable seals. Wasn't he just foolish? A look of astonishment appeared on his face. The current Ling Han was already so terrifying. What if he used those combination seals then? Would he die? With this thought in mind, he naturally had the intention to retreat. You want to leave? It's too late now. Ling Han shook his head. Previously, it was naturally easy for the other party to escape, but now that he was already entangled, it would be strange if he could still escape. Chapter 2897, 2897 Fighting Xin Qihu again. 2897 Fighting Xin Qihu again. Ling Han no longer held back. He channeled the combination seals, and his power surged once again, reaching a level at which he could completely suppress his opponent. That black-robed 5th tier was unable to withstand it at all, and was violently blasted apart with just over a dozen punches. Large amounts of life essence gushed into Ling Han's body, causing him to shake his head. How could there be someone so stupid? Why did he have to come alone to court death? Thinking about it again, this was normal. Who wouldn't want to monopolize the treasures? However, who would have thought that Ling Han's strength would be so great? It was conceivable that there would be no shortage of such people. In the future, there would be an endless stream of them coming to court death. Sure enough, just over 10 days later, Ling Han was targeted by another 5th tier. He didn't say anything, and directly moved to suppress Ling Han. He was extremely domineering. The 5th tier could indeed be so unreasonable, but unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Han. Naturally, there was no need to mention what would happen to him. His only fate was death. In a battle at the same cultivation level, the prerequisite for escaping was that one had to act quickly and not be entangled by the other party. Otherwise, one would only be blasted to pieces with a single strike. Time continued to pass, and more 4th tiers and 5th tiers died in Ling Han's hands. Naturally, people realized that something was wrong. Although Ling Han was a little annoyed, the life essence of a 5th tier elite at this stage was too beneficial for him. After several thousand years, his cultivation had actually advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd tier. This was extremely astonishing progress. If he could continue like this, then Ling Han would only need around 10,000 years to reach the peak stage of the 3rd tier and break through to the 4th tier. Not even Lin Youlian and Xin Qihu of the past could compare to him. However, how could there be so many good things in the world? Moreover, there were only around 1,000 5th tier heavenly venerates in total. Was he really going to kill all of them so that he could increase his cultivation level? The following 5th tiers that made a move on Ling Han afterwards were not so stupid. All of them came in groups. Their numbers would range from as few as 3 or 4 to as many as 6 or 7 of them, which caused Ling Han to have no choice but to feel wary, and he did not dare battle them to the death. He adopted the strategy of roaming around and fighting, and mining raw stones as he ran. After more than 100,000 years, this dimension was almost empty as well. Ling Han decided to head towards the 6th dimension. Although the further down he went, the more difficult it would be, his limit was the 5th tier, so he should be able to go down 2 or 3 more dimensions. The trio set off into the depths of the ground layer. The environment here was even worse, and even 3rd tiers would find it hard to endure. Fortunately, the Empress and Hunyo both had 4th tier battle prowess, and they could still enter the celestial guest residence in the worst case. With the power of the heavenly Venerate tool and Ling Han's protection, it should not be a problem for them to withstand 5th tier attacks. More than 10 years later, they finally arrived at the 6th dimension. At this point, Ling Han was no longer thinking about why the dimensions here could be layered on top of each other, perhaps overlapping and overlapping endlessly. What kind of power had created this? It was impossible for him to figure it out. Forget it, let's go find the vein of ore. Undoubtedly, this dimension was even smaller, and it was severely damaged. In many places, one could directly see the void. Terrifying energy storms rushed out, and they could easily strike second tiers to death. One had to be in the third tier to match them. This was also why only third-tier elites were qualified for interdimensional travel. However, third tier was only the minimum requirement for interdimensional travel. Some energy storms were formed by a mixture of the 6 fundamental particles, which was equivalent to the blow from a pseudo-7th tier. That was truly terrifying. It should be that even Zhou, Chu Hao, and the other 6th tiers would not dare to face this head-on. What was even more dangerous was that the ground here was too fragile. No one knew which piece of land would suddenly shatter and spew out a terrifying energy storm that would strangle people to death. Ling Han and the others were cautious. So what if Ling Han had 5th-tier battle prowess? They did not dare to be careless here. This dimension seemed to have been destroyed, and the degree of destruction was astonishing. It was estimated to be only 1% of the size it used to be. However, dimensions were dimensions, after all. Even a low-level dimension like the Celestial Realm was incomparably huge, and there were still plenty of places to explore. Needless to say, the environment here was extremely dangerous, but the output was also astonishing. Ling Han had already obtained 3 yellow great herb, and had even found 2 5th-grade seals. Their value was extremely astonishing. One day, Ling Han suddenly felt a strong throbbing in his heart. He abruptly raised his head to look at the sky, only to see a figure streak across the sky and stand above his head. "I've finally found you," this person said calmly, exuding a domineering aura. "Xin Qihu. This pesky guy." Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "I was just about to challenge you to a battle. You came just in time. Ha ha ha, do you think you're qualified to be presumptuous in front of me just because you've advanced to the 3rd tier?" Xin Qihu shook his head. "You're not worthy. You're far from it. When did you become the king of chatter? Come, make your move." Ling Han's fighting spirit was high. His first battle with Xin Qihu had ended with him fleeing in defeat, which made him very displeased. "Humph, you still haven't gotten rid of your bad mouth." Xin Qihu delivered a palm strike. He clearly hadn't used any secret techniques or heavenly venerable seals, but this palm strike was still so overbearing and peerless that even 5th-tier elites would shiver in fear. This was battle prowess at the peak stage of the 5th tier. Now that Ling Han had a direct understanding, he immediately determined Xin Qihu's strength. He was unafraid. He activated a heavenly venerable seal, raising his battle prowess to the peak stage of the 5th tier, and then threw a punch. Pang! The giant palm collided with the fist, forming a mushroom-shaped ball of energy that spread in all directions. Fortunately, the Empress and Hunyo were currently in the celestial guest residence, so they didn't have to worry about being affected by this power. Otherwise, they would still frown at this even with their cultivation levels. After advancing into the 3rd tier, your strength has greatly improved. Xin Qihu sneered. Xiao, his figure descended, and his palms struck out like battle axes, every blow ruthless, forcing Ling Han to have no choice but to use his full strength in order to match him. As expected of the greatest prodigy of all eternity, how powerful. Ling Han had killed even several 5th tiers, yet Xin Qihu was suppressing Ling Han as a 4th tier, and had not even used any heavenly venerable seals. This battle prowess was truly formidable. Ling Han did not feel that anything was wrong with this. If Xin Qihu did not have such strength, how could he possibly expect to become a 7th tier elite? With his cultivation level of 3rd tier, Ling Han could barely match this strongest prodigy who was in the 4th tier. If word got out, his reputation would definitely soar, and he would directly crush the 3 greatest prodigies of all eternity, enjoying the honor of being number 1 alone. Looks like I have to get a bit serious. Xin Qihu finally channeled a heavenly venerable seal, but it was only a 9th grade seal. It clearly only increased his strength by 5 times, but it immediately gave him the upper hand. Both of them were supreme prodigies, and their natural talent and techniques in battle were impeccable. In a situation where their power was equal, it was absolutely difficult for them to determine who was stronger. Thus, once Xin Qihu gained the upper hand in terms of power, he naturally suppressed Ling Han. Ling Han parried a few moves, but was hit by a few consecutive palm strikes, causing all the bones in his body to feel like they were about to fall apart. He could only increase the stakes, channeling a 6th grade seal to balance the power difference again. With this, the two of them were evenly matched. Chapter 2898, 2898 4 First Grade Seals. 2898 4 First Grade Seals. Ling Han, your true power is ultimately inferior to mine, Xin Qihu said coldly. This is the difference in pure strength, and not something that the heavenly venerable seals can make up for. Is that so? Ling Han shook his head. Since that's the case, why would you covet the heavenly venerable seals that I possess? Killing you is my priority. The heavenly venerable seals are just a reward. Xin Qihu laughed loudly. He then channeled an 8th grade seal, and once again suppressed Ling Han. Ling Han humphed, and a 5th grade seal lit up. Thus, Xin Qihu switched to a 7th grade seal. Ling Han next used a 4th grade seal, while Xin Qihu used a 6th grade seal. He was always able to suppress Ling Han. Don't you have a 1st grade seal? Let me see it, Xin Qihu said nonchalantly. He was extremely proud and appeared incomparably confident. As you wish. Ling Han finally channeled that 1st grade seal. Hong, his power instantly went off the charts, and the ground around him collapsed endlessly. This was a shattered dimension, and it had long since died. Without the slightest bit of suppression, how could it withstand the rampage of 5th tier? If the two of them fought for a while longer, the entire dimension might be destroyed. However, Ling Han couldn't care less now. His fighting spirit had been completely ignited, and he only wished for a grand battle. As expected. Xin Qihu nodded. His hands suddenly clenched into fists. Boom, his right fist shone. A blurry seal moved and emitted an incomparably astonishing aura. Pung! The two of them exchanged a punch, and were sent flying at the same time. They were actually evenly matched. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. His true power was 30 times weaker than Xin Qihu's. Now, he had channeled a 1st grade seal, yet he was only able to tie with Xin Qihu. This meant that Xin Qihu was using a 4th grade seal. Where did it come from? Was it something that he had comprehended on his own, or had it come from his old man who was a 7th tier? Boom! 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 The two of them clashed fiercely with terrifying power. This dimension was already incomparably dilapidated to begin with. Now that the two of them were wreaking havoc, it was naturally even more dilapidated. Pieces of the ground caved in. Some returned to become primal chaos, while other spots spewed out terrifying storms that soared into the skies like giant pillars. The commotion was so great that it attracted everyone from afar to witness the battle between the strongest prodigies. Isn't that Xin Qihu? His opponent. Heavens, he's actually a 3rd tier. With the advantage of a whole cultivation level, Xin Qihu was actually unable to suppress his opponent. He's always been the one to defeat his opponent with a disadvantage in cultivation level. Why is it the other way around now? This person is Ling Han. Legend has it that he has a first-grade seal? That's right. What he's channeling now is definitely that, even though I'm a 4th tier, I still feel uncomfortable from being suppressed. The numerous heavenly venerates were all astonished. Ling Han was heaven-defying. Even the greatest prodigy of all eternity could not surpass him, and that was despite an advantage in cultivation level. Without a doubt, Ling Han was going to ascend to the throne of number 1 of all history. Some people were elated as defending against hysteria required an absolute prodigy like this, while others had cold smiles on their faces, coveting the heavenly venerable seals in Ling Han's possession, and even more so keen on obtaining the secret to Ling Han's power. Ling Han, on the other hand, had forgotten everything. He only wanted to have a big battle and display all of his abilities. Not bad, not bad. You are very, very strong. Xin Qihu said with a smile. However, if your strength is only at this level, you will only die in the end. Wang, he switched to another heavenly venerable seal, but not only did his battle prowess not fall, it actually rose to another level. A 3rd-grade seal. Ling Han was instantly suppressed. This was a difference of more than 10 times in power, and he was outmatched. This naturally caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. It turned out that Xin Qihu had actually hidden his strength. He actually still had a 3rd-grade seal that he had yet to use. This time, Ling Han should be at his wit's end. He had already used a 1st-grade seal. Could there be a heavenly venerable seal more impressive and awesome than this? Ling Han struggled to hold on. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of power, the difference of more than 10 times in power could only suppress him, and it was still unable to truly defeat him. With his tenacious personality, how could he give up so easily? Your toughness is commendable. However, in the end, you are only a 3rd tier. Xin Qihu sneered. He channeled another heavenly venerable seal. This time, an aura that transcended the ages circulated, making him seem as if he had transformed into a god of war. Peng, it was only a single punch, but Ling Han was sent flying. He was actually no match for a single blow. 1st-grade seal. Ling Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He absolutely did not believe that Xin Qihu could form a 1st-grade seal on his own. It should have been given to him by Xin Fu. It was not strange for a 7th-tier heavenly venerate to be able to master a 1st-grade seal. More importantly, it was a matter of how many such heavenly venerable seals they had mastered. Xin Qihu did not take advantage of the victory to continue his attack. He only placed his hands behind his back. How is it? So. Ling Han's fighting spirit was already completely boiling. Hong, his aura once again skyrocketed, and all 9th-grade seals lit up, forming a set of combination seals. In an instant, his battle prowess increased explosively by more than 200 times. He let out a long howl and charged toward Xin Qihu. You're not the only one with combination seals. Xin Qihu sneered. 3 more seals flashed behind him, and his battle prowess also began to increase rapidly. Pang! He exchanged a blow with Ling Han, and was actually not at a disadvantage at all. What? This time, Ling Han was truly shocked. He had not expected that Xin Qihu would actually be able to oppose him with only 4 seals. These were also combination seals, but just 4 of them were enough to contend against him. These 4 were all 1st-grade seals. Furthermore, they were adjacent to each other, so they could resonate with each other and unleash an amplification of 200 times. They weren't inferior to the complete combination of the 9th-grade seals at all. 4 1st-grade seals. Was this the potential of a 7th tier? A sense of helplessness rose in Ling Han's heart, but he immediately steeled his resolve. Don't forget that he was still one cultivation level lower than Xin Qihu. If the two of them were to truly fight at the same cultivation level, no matter how many first-grade seals Xin Qihu used, Ling Han would be able to suppress them with his might. Ling Han, what do you think? Xin Qihu said calmly with a faint smile. He had the initiative and was in control of the battle. Naturally, he was like a cat playing with a mouse. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Nothing much. Wait until I advance into the 4th tier, then I'll come and cut off your wretched head." "Humph, will you still have such a day?" Xin Qihu approached closely. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Ling Han directly flew into the void. To him, this was like an ocean, allowing him to soar freely. Xin Qihu did not give chase. Other than a freak like Ling Han, anyone without the guidance of a dimensional lighthouse would be like a headless fly, and would only lose their sense of direction. The void had always been a domain belonging to Hysteria, and no one dared to rashly set foot in it. Even if he had 5th-tier battle prowess, he still wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Unless he was in the 6th tier, he wouldn't be able to match it, and this was only because Hysteria's main body was restricted by several 7th tiers. Otherwise, even 6th tiers would be in trouble. He stood in his tracks as a strange smile appeared on his face. Chapter 2899, 2899 Mission. 2899 Mission. Xin Qihu just stood there. He had at least 4 first-grade seals, but no one dared to snatch them. He was a super elite with battle prowess at the peak of the 5th tier. It could be said that no one could suppress him unless he was a 6th tier himself. Moreover, Xin Qihu's father was a supreme being of the 7th tier. Who dared to touch Xin Qihu? Wasn't he afraid that Xin Fu would drop everything and come looking for him? Who wouldn't be afraid of the might of 7th tier? Ling Han entered into the void, just circled around, and then returned to this lost overlapping dimension. He sat cross-legged and digested his battle experience with Xin Qihu. Ling Han had benefited a lot from fighting such super elites and prodigies. Not only had his cultivation level increased, but he had also refined his combat techniques. He spent 3 years in seclusion this time, and this was only the case because his thoughts could be accelerated. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. Something doesn't seem right, he muttered, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he shook his head, and stopped paying attention to this problem. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly grasped a special signal. Meng Dong. He had finally appeared. Previously, Meng Dong had made an agreement with Ling Han. When the latter grasped this signal, it meant that the former wanted to see him. Only special people like them could use this signal, and only they could grasp it. It was a very safe and reliable method of communication. Of course, it could only be used when they were relatively close, even if they were all heavenly venerates. This was a price that had to be paid for safety. However, even when both parties sent out the same signal, there was still a slight difference. It would be imbued with each person's unique intent, allowing them to completely differentiate who had sent out this signal. If not for that, Ling Han would have killed Meng Dong long ago. He would have used this signal to lure out all the remaining dregs of Hysteria and killed them one by one. He would have been able to resolve this huge problem very quickly. In just a moment, Meng Dong flew over. "Little brother, long time no see. You really know how to run. If I hadn't seen your battle with Xin Qihu a few years ago, I wouldn't have known where to find you," he said. Ling Han took the opportunity to say, "I don't know where our base camp is. Even if I have something to discuss with you, I have nowhere to go." Meng Dong laughed heartily, and said, "There's no need to rush. There's a mission for you to complete right now. This is a test for you from the Lord. As long as you complete this mission perfectly, you'll truly be accepted." Ling Han was shocked. Hysteria was actually still worried about him? When did he reveal any flaws? He was actually being guarded against. Thinking about it again, Ling Han was relieved. The others had all awakened as soon as they entered the heavenly venerable tier, but he had still not been awakened even at second tier. If Hysteria hadn't made a move and forced Ling Han to see those scenes, he wouldn't have known that he actually had a deep connection with Hysteria. Even so, he hadn't changed sides. Why would Hysteria trust him? This was a sly old fox who had lived for who knew how long. How could it trust others so easily? Ling Han deliberately put on an expression of indignation. You don't trust me? Meng Dong hurriedly waved his hand. Little brother, this is also for the sake of caution. After all, we're doing something world-shaking. Ling Han was only intentionally complaining. This was his normal reaction. He said, "All right, what's the mission this time?" Meng Dong shook his head. It's not convenient to talk about it in detail here. Come with me. This guy was quite careful. Ling Han did not object, and followed him. After walking for several days, they arrived at an abandoned raw stone mine. Stone layers that had been cut were everywhere, and Meng Dong had constructed a simple formation with them that could completely cut off the divine sense of a heavenly venerate. Heavenly venerable stones had such an effect to begin with, so it was naturally safer to use them to set up a formation. Wait a few days, said Meng Dong. Ling Han did not ask, and merely sat cross-legged. A few days later, a man suddenly appeared. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Ba Duo, Meng Dong said as he pointed at this man, and then pointed at Ling Han. This is Ling Han. Brother Ling, I've heard of your great name for a long time. When will you come and spar with me? Ba Duo asked, his face full of fighting spirit. He was a third-tier heavenly venerate. For him to be chosen by Hysteria, or perhaps be affected by Hysteria's consciousness, meant that his strength should be extremely powerful, not weaker than Meng Dong's. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, all right. In a battle at equal cultivation level, whom was he afraid of? Meng Dong hurriedly stopped the two from fighting, and smilingly said, there's no hurry to spar. We're all brothers, and there are plenty of opportunities. It's more important to complete the Lord's mission. Only then did Ba Duo shut his mouth, but the way he looked at Ling Han was still filled with provocation. Ling Han naturally wouldn't shrink back, and similarly looked at the other party with a challenging gaze. If the other party dared to make a move, he would definitely knock the other party to the ground with a single punch, shattering all of his teeth. The mission this time is to send this thing into the core of the Flaming Frost Realm. Meng Dong finally revealed the specific content of the mission. He took out an item. It was a sphere that was flowing with a pitch-black luster, and exuded an incomparably evil aura. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. What is this? You only need to complete the mission. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Ba Duo immediately shouted. Hey, hey, hey. Meng Dong hurriedly waved his hand. We're all family. Why can't he ask questions? He chuckled. This is something forged by our Lord. It has a strong corrosive effect on the dimensional core. He looked at Ling Han, and continued, as long as this thing is thrown into the core of the Flaming Frost Realm, it will greatly weaken the power of this realm, allowing our Lord to gain the upper hand in a dimensional clash. Ling Han was shocked. This move was truly vicious. The core of a dimension was the heart of a dimension. If it was corroded, it would greatly weaken the power of the dimension. Of course, it was also incomparably difficult to achieve this, especially against a transcendent dimension like the Flaming Frost Realm. Even 6th-tier elites would only be reduced to ashes if they tried to face it head-on. Could this thing really work? Ling Han didn't know if Hysteria was testing him on purpose. Perhaps it didn't have the effect Meng Dong had mentioned at all. But what if it was true? Ling Han hesitated. Should he directly take down Meng Dong and Ba Duo and resolve this conspiracy against the Flaming Frost Realm, or should he continue to feign civility and become a spy to find all of Hysteria's moles? It would be easy to take them out, but he would also lose this line. Furthermore, if this was really a test aimed at him, then it would be fine. If this thing really worked, then even if he resolved it this time, Hysteria would still be able to do it a second time and a third time. There would be a lot of people who could use it, and he wouldn't be the only one who could do it. Thinking of this, Ling Han nodded. Understood. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.